Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of Oh, I shouldn't be. I gave away too much. You've seen everything now. Needed to be in studio mode. Let me try that again. Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. Oh man, you are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Friday edition of the stream. Today we're doing some more Insignia dev as we have been. And yeah, we're going to be working on more of that teleport sequence. I'm going to see if I can like get it done today, at least like playable end to end. I'm tired of working on it, man. I want to get out of here. So let's see if we can get to it. I'm not going to spend too much time chatting, but I want to say a good day to each of you in chat already. Big thanks to Nose Buldo on for most recent follower, and Universal for the most recent subscriber. Man, can I say something? It's like this is not a value judgment. This is just like something that I find it interesting that like we've had the exact same number of like subscribers for like 5 years. Like somehow we've been sitting on that exact like 150 sub level, so consistent. I don't know how is that possible? Like given all the change in just, you know, people getting older and their schedules changing and viewership and this and that. Rock solid. Thank you very much to everybody who subscribes. Cool. So I guess I've been doing the same thing for 5+ years, so I shouldn't expect things to change, but either way, up or down. But it's surprising. It just is. I don't know. Cool. So what we're doing right now is we are ticking away at this little thing. I'm not going to explain it because I've done that every stream for the past how long, and it takes like an hour. I'm just going to jump straight in. Let's there's a couple things that need to happen here. I don't yet have a point where you technically unlock the ability. So I think what I want to do is have that tied to the intro sequence. This is ability modal state reveal. So this here, we don't yet have any like thing in the game that makes it so that it knows like exactly which ability you just unlocked, which it needs to in order to be correct for the future other things you teleport with. So reveal unlocked ability. That's part of this thing here, which is part of this ability unlock schedule. And I mean, here we've hard coded the ability, but it's hard coded on this engine prefab, which is not great. I mean, for now, maybe we could just kick off with that and just work with that assumption. It's definitely going to cause problems in the future, but for now, we just roll with it. So I guess it's as simple as quest manager dot add dot instance dot set quest flag ability dot unlock flag to true. Unlock flag is flag. Yeah, so we just set it to true so that when I run this and I go to our little teleporter, forge, teleporter, click, that will make sure that we have the ability. So a bit of an intro here. Got it. And just to confirm that we don't have it when we enter the space, we do not. So good. It worked. So far, so good. And that lets us get through, you know, the first little section of this. So now we can do this. We can do this. We can play the level. Huzzah. What is going on with our editor? Cool. And then when we get to here, we want stuff to happen. Right now, nothing happens. So, I can just sort of move us now to the top and start working on that. I had a thought last night that I think I want the game to be less logically and entangled. Like, it's better if things are spatially separated. So it's like this thing doesn't have to check to see if you teleported in. Just by virtue of it being above it, you just assume that you're already, you know, like how else did you get here? That kind of thing. So I don't have to like tie a string together and say, oh, if this flag is set to true and this one's not true, then this should work or this shouldn't work. It's just like, you couldn't get here if it didn't. You know, I'm sure that games like Undertale don't have as complicated of a quest flag system as I do, mostly because Undertale is pretty linear in terms of how you get from A to B and what happens at those places. So what are we interacting with here? Yo, thank you for the follow. I missed who that was, but thank you. Your name will show up soon up here, I think. Okay, so what do we want to do? How does this work? I'd love to build this from scratch, this whole thing. So the forge is of type crucible forge. Let's discard this change. Let's just call this crucible forge. Let's take all of the wrapping stuff. Okay, that's fine. In fact, let's just call this crucible. Call this crucible container. Okay. So we've got our item craft sequence. We've got our ability unlock modal. All of this stuff feels a little bit like there's a bit much going on here. I don't think the ability unlock modal should exist here at all. So I'm going to make a call, judgment call, just delete it. Decoration, lights, all that stuff's just whatever. So really it's just the crucible, and then item craft sequence I'm a little concerned about, but that's okay. Like, why doesn't this live inside of this? I don't know. Let's leave it for now. In fact, no, I think I'm gonna make the call to put it inside. Let's find out if we need it. So, yeah, it actually has a thing called crafting sequence and it points to it directly. So why don't we just add it? And just let that be that. Then we have our decoration and our lights. And the lights are sitting here. Those also should be part of the crucible thing. These are the sockets. And I've got 3 pedestals here. Those I'm going to change. I'm going to change how that works, but maybe not today. Okay. So, scale ability mark pedestal. That's where the gem is, but let's just go to here for now and just check to see what the state machine's doing and how it works. Okay, so this is like some interactable stuff. Execute, trigger. Because this is of type interactable. And when you interact with it, it will check which state we're in and it will set some stuff happening based on what's going on there. Hey, TwitchBot. So let's just see. I'm assuming this is happening, right? I think it says triggering forge with state. Yeah, it does. So, hey, Ed Conky. Clinkers. Okay. What color are we looking for? Yellow. All right. This bag's pretty fresh, so you got like a 1 in 3 chance here. There you go.
Get me a picture of Spider-Man.
Okay. It was pink. Sorry about that. Bad luck. Still no good with this. You know, what is going on here? Give me a second. Cool. This side, this side. There. Alrighty. So, back to here. What are we looking at? So this is definitely happening, but we're locked. Yeah, right. It looks like a real place. Because I used to have a banner behind me, a physical one that was about this size, maybe a little shorter, with the room behind me. And the lights are the right color for what we're looking at. So I'm definitely doing my best to make you as confused as possible. Yeah. Like I've still got my pink glow here. Like this looks like there's some sort of, you know, refractory stuff happening. Green screens. Amazing. I should do that. So, what are we doing? We are looking at... Oh, I'm forgetting what I'm looking at. I'm looking at my computer. Okay, so this is good. And we're locked, I guess. So, locked is dependent on how many flags you've got. Lights. So on this, we set our lights. And then, is there a set function, set state? Initial state is locked. And then preparing happens who knows when. I did get a haircut. And then if you get a flag, then it becomes unlocked. I don't understand how this isn't already happening. Because we do get the flag set to true on like start, basically. Isn't that what I did with the teleporter? No. With the... Wait, ability unlock modal is here. Didn't I just delete that? What the heck? Delete. Item craft sequence. There's 2 of them now. What the hell? Are there some overrides here that are making things very complicated? I don't know which one's which, but let's make sure that this is connected to that. Save that, get out of here. Okay, that's better. Okay, so it was the, save that, it was the schedule. Yeah, the flow. This has a script that sets up the state and sets the quest flag on start. But maybe this was happening before. Maybe we should do it. Oh man. Let's do it like literally right here. New mini state unlock ability. Unclock. Yeah. So that's good. It's now doing what I expected it to do, which is it thinks that ability unlock modal is now time to do its thing. Which is, I think, what happens inside of not you. Get you over here, get you over here. I hope so too. I'm going to give it a good sound effect. I promise. We're going to make sure it's got a good one. Okay, so we're looking at the ability unlock schedule, and we know how we have the crucible forge and then modal. Okay, so we're not starting that. Global schedule.enqueue, new ability, unlock state ability. And this, on enter, invoke unlock modal. And this modal, does it have a singleton? It does. And next question is, on the flow, does that have a modal? Because if not, we don't need the modal anymore. Oh, there it is. Well, that's nothing. That's nothing. This is the actual logic of the thing. Okay. But that's not the unlock modal. That's just the ability modal. So actually, coming back to here, I'm actually going to delete the unlock modal because it's old. This forge starts unlock sequence. That's no longer relevant. And this happens when? Yeah. Okay. Some big changes here that are happening. I think, like, so you know how like we've been trying to make stuff really handle a lot of complexity? What I'm trying to do now is take the complexity away. But to do that, I have to delete things that I might need. Maybe I don't know if I need it. So like, I think I want to delete this. What's the anchor plugin on the left? This is comment anchors. So if I do this, I can it's an anchor. And if I go to my anchors, I can find all of my to-dos in the game. And it's going to scan the project and find every comment that starts with // to-do and, do that. It's just an extension. I don't know how deep it's going to search. Exactly. I mostly just drop it in there. There you go. So in the workspace, there are many. Some of these are packages though, so they're not really mine. This is like stencil deferred. So they must use comment anchors in Unity as well. Render pipeline stuff, that's not even mine. These are all inside of packages. Comment anchors, yeah. This is all packages. Right up until like here. So like 3/4 of these come from Unity's to-dos. Yeah. But there's still like maybe 100 here that are mine. Like stuff like this, I should just get rid of it. Oh no, I know what this is. Yeah, I didn't quite finish refactoring that. There you go. Yeah, it's just a bunch of stuff that like would be good if I got to it. And it can be more than that. You could do like warnings. You could do different kinds of messages. They don't just have to be to-dos. Oh, all right. So, is this the new sequencing system? The new sequencing system is global schedule. I'll explain it really, really briefly for you roving eyes. So, the way that it works is I have a graph somewhere that explains it. Basically, it's this. So the global schedule is just like constantly at the base level of the game, and it manages a queue of things that can take over from the gameplay. Cutscenes, menus, all that kind of stuff. And I used to have a thing called, well, I still have a thing called a context system, which allows those things to stack vertically, so like on top of each other. But this is more to do with stacking over time. So like do this and then do this and then do this. Now, the way that it works is actually very similar to my behavior state system, where it's hierarchical. And it's a tree structure. So you can have states within states, and each state, its children are also a queue. So it's like a bunch of queues stacked on top of each other and next to each other that gets traversed, breadth first, to resolve what needs to happen in the game. Normally the queue is empty. When you're just running through the game, there's nothing in it. But when a cutscene starts, sometimes there's like conditional logic that needs to happen inside of a cutscene, or just for the sake of my production purposes, I want to build the 3 different parts of a cutscene separately, maybe because I want to use the third part for something else. So it's more like a module than like just the cutscene. And I used to just have everything as like, if it's going to happen in a cutscene, it has to be copied and pasted or replicated or whatever. But now I have these modules that let me compose cutscenes out of smaller things. So, this will be a cutscene with some dialogue, some animation, but then there might be another cutscene that's being dropped in to that cutscene, and that has its own timeline and stuff that it does. And that might be in a queue that has some other stuff happening either side of it. And this was devised purely for the purpose of being able to do stuff. Yeah, it's nested. This is purely so that we could do stuff like this moment in Zelda. Where is that graph that I used to have? I had a really good diagram. I think it's this one. But basically, you touch this pedestal, and then there's a whole... where is it? Oh, I've got it backwards here. So you touch the pedestal, and then like the next thing in the queue is this tower shoots up into the sky, and then like you see a portal, and then you unlock something, and then it opens a menu, shows you a map region, and then it unlocks a new ability on top of that, and then steps back down through them until you hit the bottom. And then it wraps up the whole thing at the end by taking the tablet out of the pedestal and then giving you a tutorial for the thing you unlocked, and then it exits. So all of that was not created in one linear thing. It's too complicated. And I recognized that the other day because I was looking at refactors that I wanted to do for chapter 1, and I was getting really anxious trying to manage all the complexity of like, if I change this, it's going to have to change all of these things, and I don't want that to happen again. I never want that to happen again. So I devised this system. And now I have 2 ways of creating how this system works. Well, not 2 ways, really just 1 way. But I have these things called schedule states. And schedule states are basically the base, the root element, like the core element that gets composed. And so when I start a cutscene, it has a schedule state that it is, that's like sitting underneath it, the substrate. And inside of the timeline system, I have a timeline clip type called a schedule state. So I can put states inside of the timeline, which is sitting on a state. And that's how you make a composition. But on the scripting side, what I realized is that I didn't want to do timelines for everything. Sometimes I just want to like queue up 3 different function calls that happen later. Like do this thing now, and then do this little set of things. And I don't necessarily want to make a whole, timeline just for that stuff. in the timeline editor, I just want to like queue up some features that the thing can do. And those features themselves can be compositional. And that looks like this. So I literally am just saying, hey, like open this menu and then unlock some ability and then like wait 3 seconds and then close the menu. You know? And this happens in the mix of all of that other stuff. It's not like a separate system. It's just that these are instances of those states, just like this timeline is also a thing that has an instance of a state that it runs on top of. And it got really useful for things like this. The other really, like this thing, this is this. When I press this button, hopefully it works. This, what you're seeing right now, that, and then that, and then this, and then that, all of that stuff that just happened was this. Stacked end to end to end. So what did we do? We opened the menu, we moved to a map location, we revealed a node, we stamped a quest icon on the node, we moved back to the original map location, we closed the menu. That's a lot easier for me to like snap together in code and then use this elsewhere than to create a new cutscene for every time we want to reveal something on the timeline, on the map, you know? Because the problem with timelines is that you need like references to things. Like the way that the game knows when I just passed it a node, how does it know where to move the camera to? How does it know which node to zoom into? How does it know how to zoom back? That's all sitting in the code side. But the scripting of it was happening all on the asset side. So I needed a way to like do both. And that's what I've got now. I can easily compose a bunch of assets for like a cutscene with dialogue or whatever, but I can also just like run a bunch of functions that just do some stuff that I've pre-scripted that I know how to do, that just require like one parameter to do all of them. And the beauty of it is, like I said, we can nest it. So I could send this into one of those timelines and just say like, hey, midway through this cutscene, show this map location. And then it'll pause the timeline, do everything you just saw, and then continue with the timeline. I could not finish building this game without that. I genuinely, that's like one of the most critical components of making this game now that I've resolved it. It took me like a week and a half of us just like on stream, but I got it now. Yeah, I'm very happy with it. So, what I'm trying to solve right now is that the Crucible Forge it doesn't really have a state machine anymore that makes any sense, but it probably should. Part of this is level design. So previously, the way this was first designed was that you would have these sockets, and the sockets would light up every time you brought a little ensign to a pedestal. So there's like ensigns that are in the enemies, then there's pedestals that are in the level, and the pedestals, when they light up, they light the sockets up. That's how it was originally designed to work. And I could have levels with more sockets or fewer sockets by adding them on. And this would basically just be a way of us like, teaching the player the idea that ensigns are give and take. You get them, you lose them. And we're creating some sort of progress for this. Now, the thing is, in these levels, it's not really important that you lose them at all. But mechanically, what I don't want to do is write a bunch of different ways that these are supposed to work. Like either I make a version where they don't have any sockets and it just automatically lets you unlock it at the pace you want to unlock it. And that's okay. Maybe I will do that. So there's like a null case. But the whole pedestal thing, I still want to be in the game because there are things where it makes sense to do that. So there were all sorts of things I was trying to do before where it was like each of those pedestals would be in different scenes. So you'd have to like leave the scene to come and do stuff. But I think having them in one scene kind of helps make things a lot simpler. Which it feels a lot like how the Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom shrines work. You know, they're all in one scene. You're just like in a room. You don't like leave the room. Because Zelda does this exactly how Insignia does. When you leave a room in Zelda and you come back to the room, everything's reset. All the instances clear. So when they design a puzzle, the puzzle is sized for one person to sit down and design inside of the room, and they never have to worry about what's happening in the overworld or like in the next room. If you're doing like a dungeon temple or something, the whole point of Link having to go through a door and the scene fading out and fading back in means that you unload a bunch of stuff from memory and you load a bunch of stuff in, and those two rooms don't affect each other. You could have flags that get saved to the save file that change things, like, oh, you've used this key on this door. But like for design purposes, having it all be in one room is very easy and digestible and modular. So I'm pretty close to committing to that. I just don't know if it's practical to have, like, how many bits can a level have in it before it gets too big? Not from a size, like a file size issue, but like from a design complexity perspective. Like this is pretty linear. It's like, yeah, go up here, go up here, go up here, done. But like 16 of these down the track, and we're going to have them with multiple rooms, probably. This is one of the hardest things for me, is like, I need to show you the day one version of this for the first 10 minutes. Like your first session, you're sitting down, you're playing with this thing, and there's a bunch of rules that the game has of how it works that you don't need to know why they work that way, but you need to be able to interact with them. So for me, it's like, can I give you a boiled down, simplified version of this thing first? And then like 10 hours in, you're doing the more complicated stuff. But the system's the same. The rules are the same. Sounds like the null case is a good case to make. So I'm actually going to do that now. I'm going to go to the crucible. I'm going to go to the pedestal lights. Maybe there's just... The thing is, this is what gets me. Hey, Jerv. No worries. So in this level, let me just prove it to you. This is really important, actually, because it's not very intuitive to people otherwise. When I steal this ability, well, I now have it. Well, I don't have it because I didn't unlock it. Let me create a button to force the unlock. Flow here. So I create a little Boolean, and the Boolean turns itself off when you turn it on. It's one of those like little machines that turns itself off. But the idea is, if I go into the level, click this button, before it turns itself off, it's going to unlock the ability that it has. So I press this button. Nope. Try that again. Why does unlock ability? Oh, that does nothing. But I could do something cool. I could do like global schedule.enqueue get state. So we can make it look like you actually are unlocking it like this. See, that's the power of this feature, is that now you literally did just unlock that ability. And I was able to give you the presentation for it just very simply. So we unlock this power. Now we have the ensign, right? It's with us. You can see the little green dot. I need for you to reuse this. Like the thing that you just did, I want you to do that a bunch of times. But the way the game works, when you get a second one, it sends the first one back where it came from. So the idea that like you're not collecting more abilities, but it kind of looks like you are. But what's really happening is there's like an equal and opposite exchange. So like the one that you got before, it's still back where it was. And I visually did have the previous one like traveling back home when you did it. I kind of don't mind it not visibly doing that right now. But for later, it is important for the player to know that when they when they capture an ability from an enemy, if they have one existing that's of the same color, that the old one goes back where it came from. I think for now, maybe for now, if I have to do this over 3 of these challenge rooms anyway, I might as well have the first one just behave this way. Visually, you can't see the previous one when you capture this one, so you just don't need to know. You just don't need to know that what's happening. And then the second one I'll show you. So the point there being, with this, I'll just have this look like it's unlocked all the time, or I'll have it need exactly one ensign, and it's the one that you've got. My data saving, it is JSON. Yeah, it used to be binary formatted file, but it's pretty insecure. So I changed it to human readable like JSON, and it's literally just, it looks like this. This is all just JSON. It's just big data structures full of stuff. Yeah. Full of checkboxes, basically. The old one is there. Yeah, it's just there's a lot of rules here that I don't think the player can really appreciate them all at once. So these 3 lights, what we're going to do is we are going to make this require a set number. Right now there's 1 flag and 1 light, and it's this one. So let's get rid of these 2. No. Get rid of these 2. And this is the only one left. So then we're going to go crucible, pedestal flag 1, missing sprite renderer is light socket 1. I think it's light socket 1 or the light one. I don't really know which one's which. Okay. And then this, we're going to need now 2 different flags for every ensign. Or I guess we have respond to new quest flag. Right now, this says, hey, we go into our unlocked state if an unlock happens during this scene, but I think we actually want to take that away. I think instead I want to go on start and check here. And I think that's going to go in here in an initial state. And I think I want to do this, else, this. Good. So. Now, when we're going to get here and nothing's going to happen, it's locked. We can't do anything with it. We should also turn off the interaction, but that's okay. We'll get to that. But nothing's happening. And then we go to the teleporter. Not the teleporter, the flow. And unlock debug. Yay, now we have the ability. This will do nothing now. Nothing different should happen. Good. That's what I wanted. That doesn't go there. So then this, the idea is that when we walk up to this, it should absorb the power from us. The problem is, the way this originally worked was it would follow you around until you got here. But you couldn't use the ability until you got here. And then coming here would help you use the ability. But now you have to use it to get here. So it's not going to be, the ability is not going to be floating around you. It's going to be inside of you, which means we need to make it jump out of you. And the pedestals don't currently work that way, but I could make them maybe. I think for now, I don't have a way of ejecting an ability out of you. I mean, I do, actually. It's a field. I call it a field. But it's a bit weird to have it being set up such that, like, you have the ability, it jumps out of you, goes into here, and then you hammer it into the sword, and then it goes into the sword. I think it should just, in this case, I think it should just be lit up all the time. Yeah, I'm going to delete this. For this specific one. Nice. Okay. How did this fail? Respond to forge finished. And that's it. Cool. That's really good. That's really good. That's a really good start. That makes this so much, like, incredibly more straightforward. All right. What's left? The next thing is this interaction shouldn't happen. This listeners, if I walk up here, right now, because the crucible forge is of type interactable, the interactable can interact is, yeah, listeners count is greater than 0, and then like on trigger on is there an enter? What is this? Execute trigger? So yeah, this like on player stay is not good. This comes from, what calls this? The player detector. Yeah. Look. In the past, I've made separate interactable objects. Then, like, so like the forge, I mean, you can interact with it, but to do that, it needs to have a module called an interactable. Right now, this is an interactable. The forge is one. So if I was to take it away and say mono behavior, it's going to now complain at me and say, hey, what do you mean? Which is fine. Public interactable. And then all of this stuff here, like the prompt.setActive, that doesn't matter. And then this, I don't even know what that's doing. This needs capital B. That's fine. And then all of this is wrong now. I don't have that code anymore. Except execute is a thing that I want, but it's not going to override anything. So now we're going to say interactable dot listeners dot add this, sort of, not right, not just yet. So on trigger, on execute. But this does what? We'll just make this like that, and we'll take this away. And then we didn't actually create an interactable. So the anvil, I don't know what that does. The anvil has an interest. What the hell? Anvil has an interest, which has a sequence player. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here. Why do I need that? I guess it's fine. Let's just ignore it. So the interest, that's a type interactable? Yeah. And the interest is a thing that lets us interact with something, and it flashes if we're standing there. So I'm happy to take this and give the crucible. It actually has one already. There we go. It's perfect. And it's got a button prompt and it's got a sprite. What's wrong with that? But I think mine's better. Well, certainly not this one, because this has these two things that are dumb. Okay, it's not better then. But what about the shimmery thing? Of type interest. And this is of type nothing. Okay, well. Too many different kinds of thing. Let's just take interest interactable, get rid of this and this. This and this, gone. Take this. And then make the sprite an anvil. This. And then make the this Yeah, I think that's all I have to do. I used to have to set 2 sprites, but I don't think I have to do that anymore. And then this passes into this. Perfect. Save it, close it. Okay, but this one has its interest in front of element, so then the sprite renderer needs to be on character, let's say 5. And we're going to shuffle it up a little bit just so that it's where it needs to be. Looks good to me. And we need the hitbox to be a bit bigger. Good. Okay, so now we can stand in front of it, but I don't know why it's semi-transparent like that. Because I made it semi-transparent at some point. Okay. Good. Now, back to flow. Unlock the ability. Stand in front. Nothing. Okay, because we don't have a preparing state. If I close this preparing, that's the only time when the interactable is where we're allowed to interact with it. So where is set forward state? Set forward state dot preparing. So here it's like if it's locked and we execute that. Now that doesn't make any sense. There should be something that happens that makes it do that. We've got the order wrong. So maybe on update we can just check fullness changes. Hey, look how easy it is. See ya. You can press Control V, I can press ban. It's so easy. Okay. So, what do we do now? So set lights, fullness, check, fullness, change. Are all lights on? For each, yeah, that's kind of what I want to do here. Actually, we could do it inside of do state. So if it's locked, this is nothing. It's here. It's if all lights are on, set preparing. That should be no lights are off, but same difference. Hey, hey, hey. And now you can't interact with it again. So much better. That's it. So it only interacts with us. It only even shows us that we can interact with it when the crucible has something for us to do. And if it doesn't, then nothing happens. Which is great. So now we've got this final unlock sequence, which I wanted to adapt because this is going to play next. And this requires that we have all of the ensigns. I don't even know how we get... Oh no, this gives us that flag, but it checks to see if we've unlocked a rise. But in this case, well, there's a lot that happens here, and this is all broken because a lot of stuff got deleted. Between when this scene was the previous version of it, when this scene was this scene, you would get all three powers in the one. Now you only get one, so I still think it's important to show the sequence 3 times. It used to only be shown once. It changes the story slightly because this used to be something that scared Armin and he just would run away. But now he has to do it 3 times. So like, it's not going to, it can't scare him. It has to be more like something he's intrigued and excited by, maybe even distracted by, that makes him want to go off and do more. So the sequence is, I mean, we can look at it. Let's break it down and see what happens. So sequence, crucible powers down. There's a cutscene camera that does some stuff. Crucible container. In fact, where is that camera? The camera is nowhere. But let's put it here. In fact, let's take this entire cutscene thing, this final unlock sequence, and put it there. Maybe like here, a little bit over there. Perfect. Okay, so what happens? Let's have a look. Camera happens. No dialogue, but the menu opens up. We've also got this whiteout that gets enabled. Do we have any things happening here? Animated values. The end signs fade away, but later. Where is the thing where I had the... Oh yeah, the burst effect happens at the end of this. Okay, so this is pretty... Actually, it's pretty good. I can delete these 3 things. I don't think anything bad happens if they're empty. So let's just leave them as they are. And then, yeah, we can actually use this as is, except something that happens a bit later isn't going to work. In fact, what's cool about this is that everything that happens in the middle show the 3 ensigns in staggered fashion. This open mastery menu, trigger, 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 close mastery menu, that can now be its own scheduled event that happens in between these. And we don't have to worry about any of this. So like all of this stuff here, this big long chunk can just disappear. In fact, let's set that up now. So we're going to have a Okay, so this is going to be a new... Oh my gosh, I can't type today. Okay. So, it's literally just open menu, close menu, that's it. I just need to now provide functions for those things. Oh man, that's so cool. That's so special. Now, ideally, these could be more involved states. So there is a function here that I was calling called trigger mastery ability node unlock. Yeah, see, I used to have to, I used to have to plug in, I used to have to make specific scripts just to like pass variables in to things like that. So like here, it's like I know I need to like unlock something, right? But I don't know what I need to unlock here from inside of this cutscene. But this is where I need it to happen from. This is going to invoke the thing. But I don't know what parameters they are. So I'd have to make a new script, and the script would have to know about this cutscene and what it was doing. So this is like a specifically Orenstead Crucible controller. Like it's a script that it lives just to like manage this little story beat, which is sort of okay, but it's actually way cooler. It would be way cooler if if the thing knows how to do itself. So what really is happening is, again, like show ensign that was unlocked in mastery menu. That is a thing that needs to happen. And all I need to do is plug in some mono behavior that knows how to do that. And that mono behavior is not tied to the cutscene, it's tied to the functionality. It's tied to the fact that this is the mastery menu. It knows how to open itself and how to set a diamond inside of one of the slots and how to close itself. So that's responsible for doing that. This is the thing that's like, again, for years I've been a bit nervous about doing stuff to do with, like, there's like been a bad pattern, and I literally solved it this week. It's crazy. Like, this function should never exist. This whole script shouldn't exist. Instead, it's not even that. It's literally this. Let's call it like node mastery node to unlock. Yeah, and then it's literally node to unlock dot. Pretty sure it is unlock. What did I have this do? Ability mastery node. My bad. And even this, like this thing, this could be its own state here because it actually has a duration. So I could pass in like a bit of logic here that says, hey, like this is going to take this long, make the thing come down from the sky, do the thing, play the button. Yeah, it's animating, do a bunch of stuff. It's probably ready for us to do that, to turn this into a state. On gem finish, alight, play unlock sound. Yeah, it's like prime territory. So let's just do it. G'day. I mean, we can make a little subclass here called like public class ability unlock state. We could also just make this a mini state. As long as we have an enter and an on exit, that's all we really need. As long as it knows how to do what it's doing. So like this setup. Becomes enter. What happened in chat? Oh, bot. Hey, Dreamweb, Friday's going well. Wait, what? Hey, Robin. Did you bind attack function with animation or not? Bind attack function with animation? No, not really. It's not. Bind is too ambiguous. Do you mean one causes the other? And which one? It was green. You can tell by the way that it's getting keyed out. Sorry. How the hell does this work? Okay. Technically, that's the exit condition. No, I don't use the Unity animator, and I don't use animation events in my game at all. So like a lot of Unity games, when you learn how to do like development in Unity, especially with sprites or anything like that, is you'll have like your animation timeline and you'll have your sprites set on specific keyframes. And then people will say, oh yeah, use the animation function, the animation events, to bind a piece of code that does some stuff on this frame. I don't do that. I have a custom animation player that I wrote that does it myself. But the way that I like to do it, well, the thing is, what you probably are trying to do is when you say attack function, you're probably saying that this is what does the check for damage. Like, is there an enemy inside of a specific region or inside of a collider? If so, give that enemy damage or something like that. I don't do that. I have, on my animation player, I have hitboxes, and the hitboxes are managed by a completely separate system that calculates what happens when an enemy is hit by a hitbox. So it's just checking every frame. I mean, it's using the Unity collision system to determine, oh, there's some overlap here. This is owned by this enemy. This is owned by the player's sword. Therefore, this enemy takes the amount of damage that's on the hitbox. The hitbox might have 10 damage. There's no, I'm not doing this. I'm doing something separate. It looks superficially similar, but I don't have like an attack function in my game. There's no function called attack anywhere on like the player. Instead, the player presses a button that causes an animation to play, swing sword, and then the swing sword animation has a hitbox. And when that hitbox touches something else, that's when damage gets calculated. The PS drama? Photoshop? This is a while ago though, right? We're talking about a few weeks ago. How do you know that I didn't weigh in? But I didn't really. Be plain in your language. What do you want from me? You want to comment? Give me drama. Give me drama. Clip it and ship it. Send it to the Photoshop. Send it to the Photoshop subreddit. This is what Adam thinks about the Photoshop drama. I mean, ask me a specific question, you might get a specific answer, but I'm not going to just like wax lyrical about the whole thing just for the sake of breaking focus on what I'm doing and chatting about drama. So, I don't know why this is called enter. Because it doesn't play the animation. This is like... Wait, what is this overriding? The enter for the mastery node. Oh, why is it called enter? It really is like setup. So maybe I'll change setup to instantiate. And maybe I'll change enter to setup. And then separately, we'll have the one that says play. This unlock function is our on state enter. So actually, what we can do is we can create a mini state. Oh, I didn't get an exit from these, but I should have a thing that we're listening for. There should be an optional exit. Oh, I see now. Nope. Wow. Nice. And then this is just close menu. Can I do that? Or do I have to do it like this? Is this like an enter process quit function of a state machine? I mean, it's a custom state machine, and I use enter to mean start your state, and on exit to be the thing coming from the state to say that it's finished. My only thoughts on it are that one joke where you say pirate software when you pirate software. And then I stopped thinking about the subject because I can't really be bothered. I'm playing Batman Return of the Joker. The pixel art's good. Oh, cool. I haven't heard of that game before. So now I don't need the wait state because I know this knows how long it takes. Cool. All right, so this get unlock state is important. So something needs to call this. And this is a feature of the system that I don't quite yet have solved. So it's like inside the cutscene, right? I'm going to replace all of this nonsense from here to here with which console? Yeah, yeah. All of this is going to be replaced with the thing I just created. This, but this needs an ability to know what we're unlocking, and this doesn't know what the ability is. Oh, it's Famicom, right? It's literally NES. Oh, so 8-bit. So this doesn't know, but it gets set up at runtime. So what I suppose I would do is say, okay, all chapter 1 ensigns unlocked sequence. Now, instead, that's going to be something that is handled by the crucible. And the crucible is going to have a ensign unlock state container. So then we are going to go into the crucible forge, and when we unlock, to here, we are going to say public unlock schedule container, and what is wrong with this? Oh, we're in the wrong, where are we? Okay. Yo, Monumental, thanks for the follow. So right here, we're going to say unlock schedule container dot set up, and then it's ensign mastery menu dot get unlock state with the ability. And this S needs to be the singleton if there is one, which there is not. So we need to find out where this lives, or make a static function that does it. But there is no static one, so mastery menu now needs to be found. Where are you? Pretty sure you're inside of the, yeah, inside of the game engine. Mastery menu. Oh, instance. There it is right there. Done. So this little bit here, because, and this is the most important part of this whole setup that I couldn't do in Unity otherwise. The important thing is this. The crucible, right, the forge that we just did something at, it has the instance data, right? It knows what ability we just unlocked. But it wants to play a timeline where we show off unlocking that ability. The timeline is an asset. It doesn't know what's being unlocked. It doesn't know anything. So when the timeline is like, hey, it's time to unlock the thing, how does it know what to do? Well, what I've just created, like in the last week, is this thing here. So, oh man, I love being able to articulate this. This barrier was what I was struggling against for years, where it's like, this thing knows about what we're trying to do. We're trying to unlock this ability. This thing here is being triggered by this asset, and it needs an ability. But the asset is a timeline asset. It's just like a file, and the file has no understanding of what's happening outside of it, inside of the game. It doesn't know what's happening. It's just a thing that you press play and it has some animation or whatever inside of it. But what this allows me to do is set up this context into a game object that is bound inside of this clip. This clip is a mono behavior, or it has a reference to a mono behavior, and the mono behavior is living here. So this passes into that. When this runs, it goes, oh yeah, I know what I need to do because this thing already set it up. Does the thing and sends it over to this. And that doesn't require, with this new setup, it doesn't require a new script to be written every time. Because this little thing here, this schedule container, these are generic. All they do is contain some state. It's just a state. It doesn't even know what the state is. So this thing doesn't know what context is going to be given to it. Has no idea. But this thing knows how to create a playback state that knows what it's doing. So actually what's happening is this guy and this guy know how to talk to each other because they're both in the code world. And they can talk up here and say, hey, this guy says, hey, over here, can you give me a state for unlocking this ability that I've got? And it goes, oh yeah, I know how to do that. That's going to require me to unlock this node and do all this stuff and whatever. Here's the state that you're going to use later. Then this goes, okay, cool. I've got a mono behavior here that can take that little state and I can wrap it in a little nugget here. And then this thing is tied to this thing. So at runtime, this guy doesn't even need to, he doesn't even come into the equation because he's already given us the content that's going to play between here and here, which we needed to have this to be informed by. Like, we needed to know which ability we're going to unlock, to know what animations are going to play, to happen inside of this asset. Now that's how my system works now. I'm so happy about it. I know it sounds like I'm gloating, or it's such a relief though. Like, I found a way. I found a way to do the thing that was really hard, that was causing this. Literally, I was getting anxious at looking at this. Like, I don't know, these blue things, I got to read them all. I got to understand what this is trying to do. I had to make these automated scripts. I had to do all this stuff that had nothing to do with like this cutscene, but because I needed to do the menu opening and closing and instantiating and all that stuff here, halfway through a cutscene. And the cutscene's job is to do other things. The cutscene's job is to like make this thing light up or whatever. Like, it does other stuff. But like, how else do we do it? Now I know how else we do it. Okay. So what this looks like is we take a schedule track and then we put it here. Oh man, if I could show me a week ago this, he'd be so happy. We add a schedule clip and we grab the ensign unlock schedule state container. And then we take this description, we cut it out and we paste it here. And then we can delete this. And then we can remove all of this. That does have a state assigned. Oh, maybe not. No, maybe not a playback time. And then this, in fact, this goes all the way to here. This goes away too. All of this gone. Never have to think about it ever again. And if I want, I can collapse all of this because the timeline's going to pause. So technically, like, all of this can shrink to, this can go down to like 1 second's worth of time. And I can bring back all of this stuff. The issue is that now it's been infected by the fact that I had to hard code it in the past. But yeah, it's great. Let's just see if it works first. That literally might be all I need to do. I need to plug it in. So here's our crucible. Here's our... I need to compile. Guys, I'm like, I can't even explain to you the difference. Like, I'm so vindicated, but no one's going to understand. No one except people who might have worked on like a AA or a AAA game is going to understand this feeling right now. So I don't have a way of playing this final unlock sequence. I'm so happy with it, Elzak. I can't even explain. Because it's like, before, what would have had to happen, it's like this. I have like, let's say 2 years of dev in front of me. Every time I make a cutscene, it adds a lump into the game. And those lumps stack. Every cutscene adds technical debt on top of other technical debt. Because anytime I have a cutscene, those cutscenes are shaped by the story. And if the story needs to change, the cutscenes need to change. And if there's an aspect of a cutscene that explains something to the player, and that cutscene needs to change, but some of those things need to be preserved, like let's just say, like all this stuff, all the tutorial stuff. It's like, I still need the player to be able to see this modal, but the modal is trapped inside of this cutscene that I'm deleting. And I want to be able to move that around, but like all the timings are tied up with the other cutscene. So what was happening was like, I'm creating this tech debt by virtue of just making the game. Like it was just impossible to make the game in any way that didn't feel like this. And I was so anxious thinking about this being ahead of me, knowing that I just took chapter 1, right, and gutted it. And like all of this work, all of the like threading the cutscenes together needed to get changed. No, because they're gameplay. They're part of the game. They're not just animations. They are game moments. Like in Zelda, you walk into a dungeon and the camera shows you where you need to go next. That's like what I'm talking about. A sequence. Like, you any text that tells you what's happening, or that gives you, like, you get an item and the text tells you got an item, and then looks over to some part of the room where there's an NPC and the NPC waves at you. Like, that's all gameplay. So all of the in-engine stuff, in-engine sequencing, I was setting myself up for like 2 years of like everything getting more complicated as I work on it and less easy to change. And if you want to try to edit this after you've built it, because you need to build something, editing this is a nightmare. Because how do you get at this thing that's sitting buried underneath all of this stuff without affecting all of the things it touches? Even like a lot of the mechanical in-world lore explanations, like you have to take this crystal to this thing and then hammer it into this thing, and then you get an ability, but you don't get to keep it until you walk over here and do this thing. Like even that, changing the logic of how that works was like, but there's all of that is cutscenes. Like every moment there's a little sequence where something happens and then an animation plays because you did that, that's trying to communicate something coherent. Well, not just the camera angle, but maybe, let's just say it's that, right? Like Link walks into the room, door closes behind him, and then camera looks over to this door, and then 4 enemies spawn into the room or whatever. And then the camera looks at Link, and then gameplay starts. Let's just say that I needed to move this wall to no longer be here anymore. This now needs to play somewhere else. Everything else is the same, except the door doesn't close behind you because you actually came up a ledge first to get here. Previously, I couldn't. To change that would require me like, kind of like very tediously, like this is all in a timeline, very tediously having to be like, okay, this door close thing is happening here, but it's also got a sound effect for the door closing. And that goes until about here. And then like the camera moving starts like here on this track. And I'm like having to like very carefully cut and edit and make sure things don't break. Like, oh, actually now this stuff has to happen at the beginning of the timeline. That stuff is terrible. Right? You can't live like that. You'll never edit your game. You will never shrink the complexity faster than you create it when your game is set up like this. And I knew I could feel it. I could feel it happening this way. But I didn't have a great solution yet. And the answer is, well, you need to be able to make like this whole thing that we just talked about literally be 3 end-to-end blocks. Door opens, camera moves, enemies spawn, door closes, or whatever. Like sometimes things are in sequence like that. And if you could just do this, whoop, and then take this and shrink it back, done. That's the level of complexity that's tolerable in a game of this size. It can't be more complicated than that. If it's more complicated, well, you've got to fish through things and you're trying to, and also like that these things are very specific to cutscenes. Like, oh, actually, this should just happen, but not inside of a cutscene. Like during gameplay, let's just say this needs to happen. Or this needs to be triggered by the menu, this part. Like, this only happens when all the enemies are dead. So it's not in a cutscene, it happens because of some function or something like that. But it's still exactly, everything that it is the same, but its context needs to change. What this is really about is like it's the difference between having a game that's made out of a whole bunch of soup, where it's all just game, right? Spaghetti, not soup, but spaghetti, versus having a game that is like a bento box of like, these are the things that can do things, and this is how you interface with them. The difference is like, if you're making Undertale, you can get away with this. Genuinely, you can get away with this because Undertale exists and Toby Fox is not like a Einstein genius, right? Like when your game is made of a bunch of story moments that happen literally one after the other, then it's okay if this is spaghetti, because like the spaghetti you don't have to deal with the spaghetti again once you've left the room, you know? And this can be spaghetti, but that's okay, because like the whole game doesn't have like threaded, pathed systems. It's not Animal Well. But Insignia is that kind of game. Insignia is like a Zelda Metroidvania that has like a lot of mechanical depth and exploration and different states. Like, oh, you can see this thing that gives you this cutscene, but you can't interact with it until like 2 hours later in the game. Or like this only responds when you've done, you know, A, B, and C, and then there are transitions between all of these things. It's like once you start getting into the space where everything needs a transition in and out, everything needs to be a state, everything needs to be modular, even very minor things like opening a menu for me, it's not like a function call, it's a state that has an in transition and an out transition, because it's not just menu appears, it's camera fades down, camera fades up, menu animates in. Like that stuff, it's harder to do that. It's harder. You need a bunch of very sophisticated workflows to manage that. I can't just hack it together. Like all my jam games are hacked together. You hard code everything in a jam game. But the second you need it to be like production ready, like good example, the archaeology game that we're making at the moment, that's like a production game, right? The amount of code that game has, the amount of like management code, like structure, hard data, like architecture in that game compared to like if I was making the exact same game, but just for a game jam. One takes a weekend, the other is taking me like a couple months. Not every day working on it, but like everything needs a state machine. The state machines need to be able to be compatible with each other so that you can queue up things. There are some things coming in, you know, if the player is trying to do something and then a global event needs to happen to pause gameplay, but the player has some key information that they've just unlocked, that information has to wait until after the core gameplay event thing has happened and then finishes, and then the state returns. During that time, the player can't actually do anything, so they have to be able to be inhibited from like input. So like blocking inputs. There's also like there is a config file that's JSON based that the studio needs to be able to edit. So having there be a versioned config system and a console, that game has a dev console in it now for me to debug stuff from inside of builds, because the builds are going into like a museum. So like they're not going to necessarily be able to troubleshoot stuff in the editor because they don't have Unity on site. There's going to have to be like logging that's happening while it's live. All that stuff is like, because it needs to be good, you know, like it can't just work. It needs to work flawlessly for weeks in a museum. And I'm not saying that like, I think it's really important here. This is like, I'm speaking about this stuff emphatically because I'm proud that I'm quite insecure about someone who overcomplicates things, but I genuinely don't think I was overcomplicating this stuff. I really think you would not have seen Insignia release 2 years from now if I didn't tackle this problem. And there's probably still more I have to do to make this even better. But like, it doesn't mean the game's going to be good. It just means that the game is not going to be impossible to edit. And yeah, like magic numbers. If I had for every, look at how many save, this is the chapter 1 save markers. These are things that can affect something in the game, okay? For chapter 1, okay, and a bit of chapter 2. Imagine if these were just array values in integers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How the hell would I manage them? Like, it would be impossible. You just couldn't do it. Imagine if this was just a giant if else chain. Or like a switch statement. Like, no, that you don't, the game doesn't come out. It never comes out. No, I'm just talking about game dev. That's all. For stories. I'm not referencing anybody. Maybe we're talking about Yandere dev. Maybe we're talking about Toby Fox. The point is, it is possible to make a game that doesn't have a lot of structure, but like there are levels to this thing. You know, if your game looks and plays like Undertale, which is not a bad thing. Like Undertale is a remarkably streamlined game in terms of like where the production value is placed, right? Like the animation that's procedural, you know, things moving around on screen because they're enemies or shaders that are warping enemies or whatever. That's good. That's good stuff, right? It's efficient to do it that way. Having the music carry a lot of the music and the writing carry a lot of the production. That's good. That means you're engaging with the story, you're listening to the music, you're getting emotionally invested in the game without like a really complicated palette system and environment, background, asset list. And like, if I was making Insignia as an Undertale clone, it would probably be a lot easier. And that's a good thing for people who want to consume stories as players, who are okay with games that are black and white. Like, and most players are. Like, Undertale's incredibly successful because it is only as complex as it needs to be to be a delivery mechanism for the story it's trying to tell. And the story that it's trying to tell is really good and very well written and has excellent music. That's all it needs to be. So I'm not saying like you have to make your games like how I'm making them, or anyone who makes their games differently to how I make them is bad or not a good developer. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there's a point where this happens to everybody, I'm sure, who wants to make a game. They see Final Fantasy, right, as players. They're standing here, right? They're standing literally on a little tiny spot in the world. right? And they're seeing Final Fantasy. And they're also playing Undertale. Yeah. And from their eye line, these aren't that different, right? This is like, they're like similar size from their perspective because they're playing both on the Switch or whatever. And they both have great stories, great characters, great music. Undertale might have better music than some of the Final Fantasy games. So like apples to apples, they're pretty comparable. If then you try to go on the game dev journey of making one of these games and you say something like, oh, I'm going to make a game that's more like Undertale, but I want it to be a bit more pretty, like one of those Final Fantasy games that I played. Maybe it's even like an SNES Final Fantasy or like something like what I played on the DS. Like trying to make Undertale move like a DS game that like Final Fantasy 3 or like Crystal Chronicles on the Wii or something like that. Like if you try to get from like literally like 1-bit art style, really simple, no backtracking, to like something that even feels like it's like PS1, what the hell? PS1 or like DS. The level of like programming sophistication you have to be able to do to sort of like, and what I really mean by this is like, this is indie. And then this is like triple A, but like maybe this is like triple A 20 years ago. The only people who could make games like triple A 20 years ago had to be engineers that were like excellent. They had to be like, you know, you definitely have to like complete a CS degree, have like multiple years as an engineer. You like work your way up Squaresoft or whatever. The people in charge of doing like scenario editing or whatever, or like building the tools for the team to do scenario editing. That's not Toby Fox, right? That's not like different classes of developer. But from the player perspective, if you're passionate about playing games and you want to go and make a game, you don't understand this delta. You don't understand this difference yet. And what I care about, I've said this countless times on the channel, is trying to help developers, people who are just trying to start out as a developer, understand this gap. And it's not a gap of you need to be this good to make a game, because Undertale is an amazing game. But if you're talking about production, certain genres, certain systems, certain levels of fidelity increase that production exponentially. Like you need so much better chops to make a game that has really like, you know, film-like production values, where you're talking about like, what's an example? Like I'm trying to think about two games that are like superficially kind of similar, but like one has like consider Elden Ring compared to like Demon's Souls. Those two games are like superficially kind of similar, and they still fail at a lot of things that are similar, but like Elden Ring's production, in order to do, like you might, as the player, you just think, oh, like Ashes of War, right, in Elden Ring are abilities that can be placed on weapons, and those abilities have special animations that work with them. So there might be an Ash of War called Impaling Thrust or something, I don't know, Lion's Claw. And Lion's Claw is like, oh, the character like jumps in the air and does a flip and like lands on, you know, in front of the enemy and does a big hitbox. And you might think, oh, you could do that in Demon's Souls, right? Because it's the same engine. But it's like the amount of work somebody probably had to do to make the kinematics play out properly, such that like a character in Elden Ring can do Lion's Claw like off of a cliff or like up a staircase, or like and have that still look like something that's good, that the tools for scripting how animations and physics work in Elden Ring they're literally 20 years difference between that and Demon Souls. Like it's such a huge delta, but like from a player's perspective, you just think, oh, like they added a feature. So it's really, and this is kind of why, like this is why Naughty Dog, like when they make The Last of Us or whatever, there's a reason why so much of the press around those games has to do with like making things that are like incredibly dynamic and real. And it's because the technology for them is the thing that's changing for them. As developers, their technology stack is getting better. So they can do like crazy, like interpolated reactions for like bullet wounds, where like a character gets hit in the shoulder and they do like a special kind of ragdoll that's not a ragdoll, it's like a motion captured recording, but it's blended with a different motion captured recording. You're getting shot and it's slightly different part of the shoulder. Like Toby Fox can't do that. I can't do that. That requires like a team of like extremely senior engineers. Oh, I don't know. I imagine a team of extremely senior engineers to do that. But like they're building on top of, Naughty Dog is building on top of like decades of animation pipeline, architecture that they've been doing since like their first games, like since Crash Bandicoot, So I just hope that when I talk about this stuff this way, yeah, Elzak, when we talk about this stuff, I feel like you always kind of undermine me a little bit, but only because like you're actually a very, very good programmer. Like you don't realize that for you, when you say, oh yeah, this is actually pretty doable, it's like, yeah, for you, it's pretty doable, but not for people in their like first year of like trying to make their first game, like, or even like saying like, oh yeah, this is available in the asset store. That's kind of undermining like that, knowing it's like you can't make a game by just kit bashing a bunch of assets together at a certain level. Like maybe one feature, like, oh, this is a dialogue engine, I use Twine to do the dialogue in my game. Okay, great. It's cool to do that. But like if your game has like things that need to overlap with your dialogue system because there's some original mechanic that you want to do with that dialogue system, it's almost like the difference between being like a script kiddie. I guess we would have called them script kiddies. Now it's like someone who just vibe codes. It's one thing to have a tool that does something that was built by somebody who knew how to build it. I mean, I personally could, but like when I think about I want to make a game one day that has motion matching, I would be designing the entire project around that feature. Like I would be in a team of 5 to start with at a minimum, and 2 of those people would be 3D animators, and I probably wouldn't touch it, the animation. Like there's a certain point where like a certain kind of game you just can't make, or it would be my entire like a game. You know what a good game that is like this is like? This is a perfect example. Okay, there's this game called Haste. Haste came out pretty recently. Really cool looking game. It's kind of like a roguelike Slay the Spire kind of runner game. This game looks really cool, right? There's so much that this game's doing that's great, but the technology stack is extremely pointed. It does what this game does this thing. That's what this game is built to be. Exactly what it is. It's not Final Fantasy. It's not Elden Ring. It's not you know, 100 other games that it could be. It's like specifically someone built a game where you move really, really fast over like a infinite scrolling environment. And then when the game became polished enough to be fun, they added a bit more energy on top to do the character and some intro cutscenes, outro cutscenes, etc. But like, it would be very hard to push like here, right? Like, of course, if you're going to do cutscenes, let's separate the game out, right? Let's not think about doing landmarks in the game where cutscenes happen in the middle of a level. Instead, it's like cards, right? Just between levels, there might be conversations. That's good, right? It's important to understand. My point here is that it's really, really critical to understand the boundaries of what something can be. Like what's practical, what's feasible, right? If you were starting a project and you have 15 years of dev experience behind you, your understanding of what's feasible is so much more informed than if you are just starting out. And knowing exactly, like in the forest of ideas, right? You got this big, dense forest of all the things that your game could be on your way to the mountain you're trying to climb. If you have like 15 plus years of experience, you can say, oh, I'm here right now, but if I just do exactly this, that'll work. If you don't have 15 years of experience, you go, oh, mountain, you get here and you get stuck in this forest and you never make it out. Like, and it's hard to know intuitively as a player back here looking at Undertale, fun video game, Final Fantasy, fun video game. I'll just make this halfway between them or something like that. It's very, 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 very hard to do that. And I think like, I'm not trying to like cause drama or whatever, but like I would say there's at least 5 projects that I've seen on TikTok where it's like this person, this solo developer says they're going to make the next like, cyberpunk. And it's like, no, what you have is like a tech demo of like the tiniest sliver of a game, but like it's built to only be that sliver. And you'll be making TikToks about that exact sliver forever. You're never gonna make the next cyberpunk just because you made a 3D scene with a character controller walking through a really well lit environment that you downloaded or whatever. Like you just never, it's just, that's not what cyberpunk is. You know, it's not just some pretty graphics. Or even like, why is it that this game hasn't come out yet? Right? Do you know how many The Last Nights there are? Do you know how many games have been announced that look exactly like this? And I've seen like, I don't even know if any of them have come out. Like why hasn't this released yet? It's like the level of production, even in like this scene alone, like none of this is gameplay, first of all. It's all pre-set up. I'm not saying it will never come out. I'm just saying that like whatever you thought it needed to be before getting to a release point, the level of like development investment, like this moment here, you guys, like it's really hard to do this, stuff. And it is all, obviously it's all cutscene, but it's promising something that's video game, right? Like it's in engine. And so the impulse is to say, oh, there's going to be gameplay like that feels like this, right? Maybe the gameplay is that. Maybe you're this guy and you walk around 2D adventure style, right? Like adventure game, point and click adventure style. You walk around a level and there you go. That's gameplay, right? Like, but what do you do in the game? Like, what is the gameplay? Is it shooting? Is it 2D shooting? I just see it all the time. And it makes me anxious. It makes me upset, like, to see like the comments of shorts and TikToks and reels and stuff of people being like, this should be the next, this would be the next biggest game in the world. If you just finish it, you'll like make $1 million. Like, I see a lot of it with like, oh man. There are these like I don't know how many of them get made. So many shorts of pixel art, dark fantasy games where there's this thing here. Okay. I have seen this so many times, and it's like everyone's like, oh, this is going to be the best game in the world. Just make this. And you don't know how hard it is to make this. Or that, not even hard. It's like essentially impossible to make this. Like, what is the pixel art? What are the walls? What happens when you walk through the space? Like, what happens when you need to change perspective? How do you turn around in this game? Like, people don't understand that the concept of something like this stone, this skull, sorry. What happens when I want to look at this wall on my left? What happens to the art? The art is drawn in such a, I mean, it's all AI slop, but like, there's a reason 3D games are 3D and pixel art games are pixel art. And if you want to do pixel art textured on 3D, that looks different to this. Like, it already falls apart. This doesn't look like anything anymore. Right? Like, that looks like what is that? Like there's a fire over there. Like, by the time we get too close, the pixels have scaled up and there's no more detail. There's no more stuff here to see. So it cuts away because like the illusion's finished. I'm just saying, like, people see these things and they think Skyrim, pixel art, just do it. I've seen pixel art games. I've seen Skyrim. Make me my pixel art AI Skyrim, you know? They don't realize that, like, it's not possible. You know, like, this is not a game you can play. This will never be a game you can play. You're walking into a painting that's going to stop at some point. But like, yeah, right. But the thing is, like, 3D pixel art with voxels looks very, very different. That's what I'm really trying to say. Is like, there are games that can be made and there are games that cannot be made. And there are games that are very specific that can be made, and then right next to them, everything around them can go no further. You're at a dead end. But like, this game works. Like Haste works as a small indie project that's just a runner. That's all it is. It's just a runner. If all it is a game where you run down a straight line, it's feasible. But the more you try to add to it, like this concept, there are things like not just technically, there's like technical things, there's logistical things, there's like content issues that like you can't take this and say, oh, and now make it Skyrim, you know? Oh, just take this thing where you can walk down a straight line and then put it in every direction so that you can run anywhere. I mean, maybe you could do that, but there are game design and logistical production reasons why it's basically a straight line. And I'm not saying like that there aren't people. It's possible that like certain games that are like incredibly novel, have a lot of amazing features, can't be made by a team of small people. It's possible. I'm just saying for like the vast majority of human beings on the planet who are looking to get into game dev, understanding how much of a throttle development skill is into actually achieving your goals it's like trying to swim across an ocean if you don't know how to build boats. Splitgate. Yeah, and there's also a reason that like there's a reason why big studios make the same game every year. It's not innovation is expensive. It's risky. If you're trying to do something that like has never been done before because you got a cool game idea, like there's probably a reason why it hasn't been done before. Like shooters are such a straightforward genre in terms of like there's about 2 or 3 decades worth of like understanding of like how to even control a character in 3D from first person with a mouse and keyboard that like we just take for granted, like WASD, control for crouch, shift for boost or whatever, special ability roll, mouse button 0 for fire, mouse button 1 for look down sights, like all of that stuff, and every game plays the same way, is like if you were doing that from scratch with a brand new genre, there's like who knows how many months of like alpha testing you have to do or play testing with players to find a control mechanism that makes sense for them. If it's a brand new genre, Lost Soul aside. When you say greater complexity, I mean, we can talk through it. Was this genuinely made by one person? How long is the game? I don't really believe it. Straight up. I mean, I don't think they made all those assets. Like, this stuff is time consuming to make. Yeah, but you have to understand, like, if any reasonable person doing this, like solo, what they're really doing is using Unreal Engine. Look, maybe, I don't know, you might be using Unity, but it's like you would have to use so many assets, pre-made assets to do that. Also, like, what is this gameplay? It's just like, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying, like, look at how simple the levels are. You're in an arena. There's a lot of cutscenes, but like, it's not. This is the thing. Like, there's no, like, what was that? I guess this is the tutorial. Maybe we can skip ahead. Yeah, it was just absolutely not handmade by one person. Like, it's not possible. Exactly. So, like, you can't. It's such a myth. Like, even I'm not making my game as one person. Most games that were made by one person have like a team of at least 10 involved by the end of it. If they're like big games. But like you think that someone did like the character design and the modeling and the texturing and the animation for like any of these characters? Imagine if it was one person's job to do, like, imagine if it was one person's job to design and animate and texture and model and rig every single character we've seen in the first 6 minutes of the game. And tell me what it would cost a professional animator to do. Like, it's just not the case. Yeah, I just don't think so. Like, I would guess Mixamo for all the animations. I would guess they're using pipelines for like, not pipelines, assets to do a lot of the character animation, to conform to the terrain, like player character controllers. I imagine they're using downloaded assets for aspects at least of the character designs. I absolutely don't think that they hand textured and modeled everything themselves. I just don't believe it. They're probably using like an asset pack. If it's one person, it's like maybe you're using like an asset pack. Like today, if you were doing Unreal Engine, you would use like MetaHuman to do all your characters. So you're not like modeling characters, you're doing like a character creator for each of the characters. You're just changing proportions of the face, this or that. And they come with a bunch of, preset behavior and rendering, and the hair is all done for you and all that stuff. Not saying this is that, but I'm saying like, to me, first of all, I just don't believe it was made by one person. And then second of all, like, I mean, it's certainly visually impressive. There's like a lot happening here, but it reminds me a lot of like Final Fantasy 15, which actually not too impressed by as a game anyway. I mean, it could be a great game. I'm not, and also like, I'm not really saying that like, why would I care if someone was better than me? Like, so what? What am I supposed to do with that information? Let's just say this was made by one person and they were somehow able to like 10x times 2 and make a game that looks like it should have been made by 100 people in the same amount of time as I was able to make, you know, my game. Like, what do I do with that? If Superman exists, so what? Like, should I feel any worse about being who I am? And is this person's first game? You know, like what am I supposed to feel? And it also would be extremely dangerous for anybody watching this right now. I think it's so That's right, Code Shutter. This is what I think. I think it's such a poison to spread. It's like incredibly misinforming to encourage people to aim to build something like this as a solo. I find that so irresponsible. Why it's taking so long? Because complexity is something that is so much deeper than what you see on the screen. You know, you could ask the same question of like why the latest Game of Thrones book is taking so long, right? How long has the Winds of Winter been in development? Right? The Winds of Winter is a book that's not out yet. It's been in development for 15 years. Why is it not out yet? It's just a book. It has no graphics, right? What's wrong? It's like complexity doesn't live. I mean, graphics can be really complex, but a project's complexity, it's not just what you see. You know, it's let me see if I can try to articulate this. It's really hard to articulate it. I understand you're curious, and I can't speak for George R. Martin or anything. I can only speak for me. So you asked the question of like, why is Insignia taking so long? And I've tried to be good at answering this question in the past. I have a feeling it's hard to articulate it. The first would be like, I don't work on Insignia full time. I haven't been working on Insignia full time, except for maybe like, there might have been 2 years out of the 8 that were like actually full time, right? The rest I'm streaming, I'm doing YouTube videos, I'm doing contracts, I'm taking time off, doing other things. I've got other things that I do, obviously. But, that could be said of anybody. For me, I have like a really clear vision of what I want my game to feel like. What I want the story to feel like. What I want the ending to feel like. What I want the moment-to-moment gameplay to feel like, and the music. And that vision is very specific. And if you ask for... It's like let's think about it. It reminds me a lot of cosplay, actually. If I say I want a pirate costume, I can go on Temu and I can spend $20 and I can get a pirate costume. And if you stand back, the pirate costume can be very elaborate. It could have a lot of layers. It could be, it could have a nice hat, or little beads on it or whatever. It could be a cool looking costume from far away. But if you stand in front of it and you look at it, you see, oh, actually it's just sort of cheap. And it doesn't have a lot of depth in it. Like the quality of the material is not very good. It's not going to last very long. Maybe if I only need to wear it once to like a party, it's okay. But then I'm probably not going to wear it a second time or a third time. I'm probably never going to wash it because it's not high quality enough for me to love it. But it's finished and I can get the look that I want and I can get it today for $20 from Temu. Okay, sure. But if I was somebody who was a cosplay hobbyist and I was like a tailor and I wanted to create a pirate costume, or I wanted to commission somebody to do it on Etsy for me, the person who's making a pirate costume from scratch on Etsy is probably going to charge you thousands of dollars, and they're probably going to take 2 or 3 months to do it. And the question is, why? How come you have to charge us so much? It's like, well, they're going to be buying all the fabric from scratch. They're going to be sewing everything together by hand. They're going to be giving you the option to do reviews. Maybe you get to, maybe they'll send you something and you get to try something on and see if it fits, and you send it back and they edit it to meet your needs more specially. And the edits take a long time too. Maybe they're going to, hand fabricate the weapons for you, all that stuff. If you look at pirate costume and pirate costume, you say, oh, it's the same. But like one is something you're going to keep forever, that was made for you, that you care about, that's important to you, that it was done a specific way and that you have like a relationship with. And the other is just like a thing. So for me, like, I don't know how to say this because it's probably not even going to make a lot of sense. Like, you might not even agree with me about the facts of this, but unfortunately, that's just the way that it is. When I look at this combat system, I look at it and I'm not interested. Like, I don't think it's interesting. I think it's been done. I think it's cheap and kind of boring. That's my opinion. And there's not much I could say to you. You could look at my game and this game and say, but Adam, your game's just pixel art. It doesn't look, this one looks way better, way more complicated. Look at all the animation systems that are required to make this game. But this game, every fight happens in a flat arena and all the enemies are duplicates of each other. And it doesn't matter what ability you use to fight them with. You're just watching the character do animations and you're watching the enemy do the corresponding hurt animation. That's not, to me, not interesting. And for me, because I'm trying to do something more specific than that it's more complicated, it's harder to do what I'm trying to do, even in pixel art. And superficially, it's not even that obvious what's different. I don't know what to say. Like, I I guess you have to be me to appreciate the things that I appreciate. And it doesn't, because I've spent a long time trying to not just copy Kingdom Hearts or copy Final Fantasy 15. I'm trying to make a combat system that I like, that meets my interests. And I think that people who have my interests will like it more than those games. No, I think that for me, this is like a different kind of game. This is what's called a character action game. But like, this is not how like Street Fighter works or Smash Brothers or like a fighting game. So like, those are, to me, it's like they're different games, and I'm not trying to make this game. And this is easy to make. And I have the same thing for like roguelikes. Like, it's the same to me. This is nothing like my game to me. And I can't, like, again, if you don't like, it's not really something where I can say to you, like, my game's better objectively. It's not about better, because you might like this more than you like my game. And I can't, it's not something that it's not something that I'm trying to solve for. If you like this, like, but it is Elzac. You can't understand, like, I'm trying to be, like, if all I was trying to do, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not even saying that Insignia is going to be more fun. I'm just saying it's harder to do what I'm doing. And it's very, you'll just have to like play the games, and it's not even something I can prove to you. It's not even something I can prove to you. I can't say objectively my game has better combat, because you might prefer this combat. Like, I don't know what to say. Because there are things, like, to me, what I really mean is like let's look at like just animation states. I mean, you guys can't even like appreciate them. That's the thing. Like, okay, this thing here, right? Watch. This stomp, or like this thing here, right? These explosions and the way that the game like plays out when the explosions happen, to me, this is all non-specific. Like, this could just be an asset that I downloaded and I copy and paste 3 times, and I just send the enemies upward, and the enemies don't have an animation for when they go upward. They just stand there, but they're moving upward. And I've got these damage values, and they're not pixel art damage values. They're just text that appears on the screen. And this asset has nothing to do with this asset. It's just like noise. Like, if you like that, that's fine. But like, it's much easier to make something that's noisy than to make something that's technical and clean and elegant. It's harder to make things elegant. But what I'm saying is, I could make Insignia look like this with a lot less time than I could make Insignia look like what I'm trying to make it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying if I pivoted towards making Insignia like an action character roguelike kind of game, in terms of like the way the combat plays out, I could make it a lot easier. It would be easier for me to make it that way, because I would have to have way fewer systems. Like, there's so much less I would have to worry about if I was just stamping effects on the screen and I didn't have to worry about character animation states. It's not to say, and if I could afford to download assets, if my art style allowed me to do this, look at this. Like, There's rotated pixels here. There's like non-pixel art happening. There's like random lightning effect that we downloaded from itch.io. Like, that's easier to do because that's not handmade. That's what I'm saying. I just don't think, like, even me doing a hitbox, if I just go into Asprite, that's not the button I wanted to press. Sorry, wrong button. Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, welcome back to another episode. Today we're going to be talking about video games. No, what I'm trying to say is, like, if I literally just drew my smears like this, here's my character, right? He's doing his sword attack. Maybe his sword's up here first in the previous frame. And then I do one smear of this, but this is downloaded from some asset. And I just play this animation. And the next thing that shows up, the next frame is just this. So it's that, or even let's cut this out. Let's just take the smear. That's easier. It's easier to do that. If it's just like instantiate a smear effect with the size of the hitbox that I want, like this is easier to do than what I do. I'm just saying objectively, it is easier to do it because there's just less that you have to worry about. There's no connective tissue. You don't have to worry about, like, the character's not even animating. It's not even doing attack animations. It's easier to do that. Literally, objectively. I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm not saying my game's good. I'm just saying I can say definitively. I don't know what else there is to say. I don't know how. I feel like we get caught up on this issue where I say something's easier, but, like, let me explain. I can say it like this. If you're trying to make something that, like, my game requires me to make this, and then I can make enemies. What I was just seeing on screen requires you to get to about this far, and then you can stop. You don't need to worry about all of these considerations. So, like, it's easier, it's simpler, systemically, like, logically, it's easier. There's less things involved in doing it to get to that point, to get to the point where you can start making content. That's what I just know that. I don't know how else to say it, and I don't expect that to be, like, again, I'm not making a value judgment. I'm not saying, like, that they're worse developers or that they should have made it more complicated. I'm just saying objectively, because I've been building this game for 8 years, I know where my time has gone. And I know that if I was only trying to make something that only needed to do this much, I would have spent less time on it. Isn't that? I don't know why that's I don't know why that's controversial to say that. But I'm going as far as being very clear to say I don't think that their game is necessarily better or worse. I don't think, like, I'm qualifying by saying, because the question was, Adam, where has the time gone? That's what the question is. Adam, why has it taken you so long to do this? And I'm trying to say, because I'm trying to do something that's harder. That's what I think. I'm not saying it makes my game better. It doesn't mean anything about the quality of my game. In fact, because it's harder for it to be good. if Insignia is good, I will be more impressed than if it was good, but I was copying some other formula. Like if I just made Dead Cells, if I just copied Dead Cells and people liked my game, it wouldn't be impressive because they already like Dead Cells. All I would have to do is just take the same design decisions and just replicate them. That's easier to do, to just replicate some other game. But if I made something original, it's harder for people to like that because I have less proof that they're going to like it, and I have to innovate in ways that I haven't seen before. Well, Elzak, when you say that, like, I think a brunt of the time, you said, I think a brunt of the time was spent building yourself up. Yeah, but you don't understand. I'm speaking literally. I think what I'm trying to say is that, like, if I was making Dead Cells, I would have been finished with the amount of systems in terms of complexity, like what Retrobox does in Insignia. There are features of that system that I wouldn't need if I was making Dead Cells that are technically more complex. They build on top of what Retrobox already does to do what I need it to do for my game. But I could make Dead Cells with like the 2018 version of Retrobox. Like there wouldn't be extra features. Like all I would need to do is like be able to spawn animation effects with events on them. But like I have like a system that does like much more complicated like root motion that aligns pixel art to a curve that's still pixel perfect and like that's harder to do. They don't do that in Dead Cells. And it's not, again, not to say that it makes my game better. It's just that like I took like months to build that. But when you say built an entire pipeline to turn 3D models into sprites, that pipeline makes the game easier to make, right? Like, if you have a 3D model that you're animating, you have less to do than if you're hand spriting everything. I think and I'm not saying that was easy to make for them. And I'm not saying that it makes, again, not saying what's good or right, what's right or wrong, better or worse. What I'm saying is like, from a gameplay design perspective, there are features that I'm trying to have in my combat system, specifically, not just graphics pipeline. There are gameplay features that I'm aiming for that are very, very difficult for me to, they have been very difficult for me to implement, that have also been very hard to have players get on board with, that I'm searching for, that would have been, if I just made a game that was like the way that Skull is or Dead Cells is, the technical aspects of building the combat system and the content that touches the combat system, it would have been a lot easier if I made a 3D character action game. I will stand on that hill. I will die on that hill. And I am so grateful that you have the internal mental corrective balance that makes you want to say, hey, every game's hard to make. That's great. I believe you. I agree with you that every game is hard to make. I agree with you that it's probably a hot take for me to say, oh, my game's hard. Like it feels like a cope, like, oh, but my game's hard in this way. I know that you're trying to protect me from that. I understand that. But that shouldn't stop me from being able to say specifically, for this reason, this is hard, and it's harder to do this than it is to do that. I think that that's possible for me to do without me like putting my foot in my mouth. And I'm not saying it'll make my game more fun. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's where the time's gone. Because otherwise, what happens is the criticism comes in the form of a question. Adam, why has it taken you so long? And if I just say, well, all those games are the same as mine, and I just took longer because I was learning how to make games, that would be a disservice to what I'm making. Like it would be dishonest for me to think that way. Because I would have to really, because it's not true. Like it's not my opinion that these assets are easier to put in a game than mine. That's not an opinion. This and this and this is not. That's not a matter of opinion. If your game doesn't have like certain standards of like technical or UX or graphical cohesion, if you don't set that standard, then it's much easier to not have standards. I'm not saying the standards make the game good. I'm just saying like this portrait being like a totally different sprite resolution to this is easier to do. How about this? The system was easy to make. The set of systems that make up the content. When I say game, I'm sort of speaking even beyond like, I'm speaking more specifically than like the production or like the title. I mean like this as a game experience is easier to make. I don't know how to, I don't think that's uncontroversial. I don't know. Like, dude, I don't know. Have you made a game like mine before? Have you made a game like this before? I feel like if you haven't made a game like this, yeah. But I have made a game like this. I had to make this on the way to making my game. That's what I'm saying. Like, are we talking, like, what are the feature differences? Like, status effects? Like, the idea of, like, poison? Like, damage over time? What are the features of the combat system we're talking about? When I say game, I really, in this, looking at the screenshots, right? I'm not saying, like, this roguelike and the randomization factors. Okay, but we're talking about character action. We're not talking about the features that have nothing to do with the gameplay, the moment-to-moment gameplay. I'm not talking about the story of Skull the Hero Slayer right now. I'm not talking about the marketing campaign of Skull the Hero Slayer or the concept documents. I'm not talking about the project management. I'm talking about like the on-screen gameplay, the moment-to-moment action gameplay, which I started as a comparison between Insignia and this game. And I think that they're sort of cut from the same cloth. Like I feel like this gameplay is very similar to Skull the Hero Slayer in the way that the action pipeline is kind of like set up. Like, because they're kind of like, there are parallel, like economical and even level design pipeline decisions that go into making a character action game that I specifically as a player am trying to navigate away from in what I'm developing. Like, again, going to speak back just about my personal thoughts, right? It's me as a player, right? We're just going to step away from making objective claims about other games. I'm just going to talk about what I feel and why I'm making what I'm making. For me, like, Insignia is the start of that project, or like the core of like the combat design direction of Insignia is, I like Kingdom Hearts 1 and I don't like Kingdom Hearts 2. And there's something that happened between Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 where the action aspects of the combat went in a direction that I don't like. And there are a lot of games that play that way. Chiefly the Warriors games, Dynasty Warriors, Hyrule Warriors, those games play in a way that's closer to the way that the later Kingdom Hearts games play, that I don't like. And I don't like them because they are more spectacular than they are deep. Or if there is depth, the depth comes from adding things rather than things being really tight and specific. In such a way that when Dark Souls came out, I was so impressed by that game being slower and the game's combat being brought way the hell down. To me, there's a distinction there that I like, but that also it's a philosophical thing. I have a distaste for brainless gameplay. I don't like it. I don't like when if a game can be played by hitting the A button over and over and over and over and over again. I don't like it. It's just, it feels like there's a missed opportunity, or it feels like I'm being distracted. It makes me feel like my attention isn't worth anything in the game. And I felt this way playing a little bit of Donkey Kong Bonanza. Like, that a lot of that game is sort of just like, I'm just hitting buttons and it doesn't matter what buttons I hit, because the gameplay, I mean, I know later in the game it becomes more tight, but oh yeah, we could do Kitch Kuchek's Quetzalcoatl. If there is a review that I missed, I will refund you for it. Yeah, one sec. Sorry about that. I'll reject it and we'll do it again another time. Sorry about that. So like, for me, those things are, it's like the difference between like fast food and like gourmet, or like anime that's syndicated versus like a Studio Ghibli film. It's like, I see them as different things, and I do think that one is harder to do than the other. I think it's harder to make a Studio Ghibli film than an episode of Naruto. I just feel that way because I know that the scrutiny is much higher on a Studio Ghibli film. People care about whether those movies are good or not, and they keep the screenshots as wallpapers, and they buy the art books. So like, when I say something's harder than something else, I really am talking about, I'm making this claim. I'm doing it on purpose. I'm saying it out loud, full-throated. Like, I really think that it's harder to make things that are elegant and more carefully considered, or that have fewer pieces and that move a bit slower. It's harder too. It just is. I just feel that way. It's easy to overwhelm the senses in a video game and just have that feel like a good experience because there were lots of numbers on the screen, lots of explosions. Like, that is easier to do, in my opinion. I think it's an objective claim, but I know that subjectively I'm the one making it. Cookie Clicker is easier to make than, I don't know, some game that's slow. So for me, I have like, I'm almost at a moral judgment. Like personally, as like an artist, I actually think that like there are games that are, I don't know what the word is, like worth loving more than others based on the way they respect the player's time and the way they respect the player's intention. In a similar way that I think AI images are worth less than someone's hand-drawn drawing. In like a moral way. Like there's something like, I do think there's a value judgment that I can make there. And yes, all games that up until like 2-3 years ago, all games were made by people and everything deserves respect. I will die on that hill too, right? I'm not trying to shit on anybody's game. But I care so deeply about people caring about making games with more intent. For me, people caring about making games that have more intent is my life goal. That's my whole thing. That's all I will spend the rest of my life trying to move the world ever so slightly in the direction of a world where people care about making things that have more intent. That's my vocation. That's what Indie Tales is. So like, it's foundational to me. Based on my experience as a player first, and the way that certain games make me feel, and the way that I reflect on that, and my creative aspirations, the way that games have changed, the way that I remember or don't remember certain game experiences, things that I love. Like, I love Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings trilogy. I don't love Eragon, the film that came out based on the books. There's a reason why I love one and not the other. And it's not just personal, I just happen to like Lord of the Rings more. It's like one has like so much care put into it that I can sit and marvel over every little morsel. And the other one was made really quickly to sort of like capture the feeling of a fantasy film that the other one created. There's a difference. It's not just subjective, like, you know. And I know that the people who made Eragon worked really hard on it. There was a special effects director and a whole effects team, and there was writers, and there was, you know, actors and everything. The director of photography. It's really hard to make anything. But we should care about what's harder to make and what's easier to make. For two reasons. One, because stuff that's easier to make sometimes is the only thing that's feasible to make, and that's okay. But also, it's worth making games that are harder to make, because sometimes the things that make it harder have to do with like actual innovation or like deeper game experiences. If you stay away from the conversation altogether, you risk just making whatever throughout your life. I don't want to just make whatever. I don't want to just make games that finish. I want to make games that I like and that I think people will love. And it doesn't matter to me if it takes me a bit longer to work on Insignia. I make that trade-off. Happy to. I don't like, it's a risk I'm taking. It's a risk I'm taking. Like if Insignia ends up being about as fun as a run-of-the-mill action character roguelike, that's okay. Like I did my best. If I spent an extra 3 or 4 years trying to leverage game design techniques, level design techniques, enemy design techniques in a way that just didn't end up coming to fruition, that's okay. Like I will live, but I won't stop striving for that. The next game I make and the next game I make and the next game I make will all be trying to do something with a level of elegance that people can tell the difference in. Like, it's not okay for me to go through life hoping that the games I make happen to click for people. I care about the games I make clicking more for more people and being innovative in some way, or at least just doing something better. Like, it's very sad for me, for example, I don't feel bad about saying this. Do you know how much I wanted to love Owlboy? Do you know how much I wanted to love this game? This is the game that, on a screenshot basis, 8-year-old Adam would have cherished for his whole life. Like, I want to absolutely love this game. I want to buy all the merch. I want to buy all the merch for this game. I want to own the OST for this game, but I don't want to buy the OST for the, actually I do want to buy the OST. It's a really good OST, but like, I don't want to own a special edition of Owlboy because I don't think the gameplay has enough depth. I don't think the writing's good enough. It doesn't reach me the way that I want it to reach me because it doesn't take the extra step to do the bits that are not just what every single like twin stick kind of, it's like the level, like the dungeon design is like too straightforward. The combat is too straightforward. The pegs and the holes are too obvious. Now, they had to make what they had to make. It's important that they finished it, right? And I'm proud of them that they finished it. I think the game sold well. I think it's a good game, but it's not a game that I love. And it upsets me that it didn't hit the way that I wanted it to hit. I feel the same about Iconoclasts too. I feel the same way. It's a game that and this is the thing, like it hurts me to say this, really hurts me a lot to say this, but like when I started making my game, I had certain things I was trying to do, and I had games that I perceived to be like at a certain level. And I saw what I was making and I felt like my level was down here and that maybe aspirationally I just wanted to hit here. Like I wasn't trying to do something better than Owlboy or Iconoclasts. I wasn't trying to make a game that's better than Symphony of the Night or Dark Souls or Kingdom Hearts 1. That was never my goal, okay? But over time, like my game's become a more capable project. I've become a more capable developer. And I watch these, I go back, like years have gone. Like it's like, this is like 2016 or whatever. It's now like 2025 and I look at these games and I'm like, wait, hang on a second. all of these games, in my mind, the rose-tinted thing that I loved about these, even Kingdom Hearts 1. In my mind, I love Kingdom Hearts 1 because it's deliberate. The combat's very carefully paced. The dodge roll is like, it's a very demanding game. You have to be very technically precise. And there are fewer enemies. The combat encounters are more interesting. The enemy designs have more puzzle elements in them. It's not just, you're not just hitting them. Like the big body versus the knight with the spiral helmet or whatever versus like the normal heartless. Like there's, and then the flying heartless, and then like the magic ones, like there's like a class system here where the enemies are like letters of the alphabet. And when a fight breaks out and one of these guys, little healing bells, is healing this guy, but this guy's standing behind him, it's like there's tactical layers to how the game feels like it's trying to be played. It feels like the game wants to be made of these tactical layers, which I really, really respect. Looking back, it sort of does that. Like you can see that's what they were going for, but like it's not really that deep. Like Kingdom Hearts 1 is like, it's pointed in a direction that's got really, it's really interesting. The tactical layers of the Kingdom Hearts 1 combat content, especially in the start of the game, are very intriguing to me. But this is not how Kingdom Hearts 2, 3, 2, or any of the games in between feel. Like Chain of Memories is interesting, but Kingdom Hearts 2, Kingdom Hearts Dream Drop Distance, Kingdom Hearts 3, Birth by Sleep, they don't create a more elegant game than what Kingdom Hearts 1 was trying to create. They create layers of layers of layers of layers of layers. And those layers are sort of just like more, and they blend between these things in such a way that makes these things not obvious anymore. You sort of can just attack indiscriminately and not really worry. And if the people who really like Kingdom Hearts 3 combat and the bosses and stuff, what they like about it is like the game, when a game has a power creep that's so high that it boils down to when you press the dodge button and when you press the attack button, and everything in between is just like lights and sounds, I feel like something is lost. And it's funny because I look at Dark Souls and I look at Elden Ring and I feel the same thing happening. It's like all of the things that the game can be have the space is so full that there aren't any distinct features of the space anymore. And the volume is turned up so high that I can't hear the music anymore. There's just too much noise. And at every fight just becomes like, when do I press the roll button? Sekiro is different, right? Sekiro takes the noise of, like Dark Souls. If you're a Dark Souls veteran, the game is just when to press roll and when to press attack. Because everything is designed to have like your roll has iframes, and every attack knows that every boss is built in such a way that they know that the amount of frames that they can have needs to have enough for you to be able to roll through them. So the game just boils down to nothing. Elden Ring does have some interesting stuff that Sekiro kind of created, like jumping over ground-based attacks. Sekiro has like the Mikiri counter. It's got like the jump over the thrusts. It's got the normal parry. There are like layers to it that are interesting. I think it was a bit too hard, but I think I'm proud that From Software made Sekiro. Like this conversation I'm trying to talk about, From Software, at least in when they made Sekiro, it's like, oh, they're interested in innovating in a way that actually pushes how you think about combat in these games. And I actually think, generally speaking, Elden Ring is still on the... Elden Ring is sort of about where Kingdom Hearts 1 was. You know, like Elden Ring's still pretty good. It's just that like Kingdom Hearts 3 is like not like... Like there's too much agency. There's too much player agency in this space. If you can do everything, your choices don't matter. Like, this is just a spectacle. Right? Like there's no decision being made right now. Even visually, I mean, like the teacup ride is the worst. That's like you pressed triangle and now you watch all the enemies die. It's really impressive to look at, but like there's no gameplay happening right now. So like, which combat was harder to design? What's harder? You know what I mean. I hope that people know what I mean when I say that. Like, when they designed this encounter, let's just think about it, okay? This space. Let's just look at the game, okay? Let's look at the space. Does the space matter in this fight? Do the enemies that spawn in matter? Does it matter that this is 4 knights, 3 flying enemies, 5 knights, and 3 flying enemies? Is that important to this game? If I can press triangle and do this, it's not important. So it's not hard to design because it doesn't matter what the player does, because they're just going to press the button and kill all the enemies. So it's not harder to design that space. That's what I'm saying. Because there are no constraints. That doesn't matter. That's not a criticism of the game being fun for its audience. It's just a claim about the design space. I don't know how to... I don't... What do I have to do? I'll bring it back down again because I want to keep this mostly chill, but I need you to know that I'm passionate about this stuff. How about I ask you now? Because it's important that I don't come across wrong. And I understand that, at least to a portion of you, I am coming across as critical in a way that's unfair or that's defensive. And I don't want to come across as either of those things. So my question is, to you, the player, to you, the viewers, what would have to change about the way that I speak to be able to keep my opinion without it feeling defensive? Like, if you agree with me about this sentiment, what has to change to make it not feel like I'm attacking Kingdom Hearts? Is it just the emotional quality of my voice? Is it that I'm speaking with a slant in my speech? Like, this being what I described about it, it's true. It's true that the arena doesn't matter. Right? It's an objective fact about the combat system. If you can press a button to kill all the enemies, it doesn't matter how the enemies are placed in the space. That's not a comment on whether the game is fun for its audience. It's just a comment about complexity in the design space. And that's all I'm trying. When I say easy or hard, I really mean that it would be a lot harder to design this space if it mattered. I just don't know how to be passionate about that subject matter without sounding like I'm being derogatory or derisive. I don't know what the word is. Like, and it's not just like, I would make a claim that if you enjoy games, like if you love games the way that I love games, your tastes should mature over time. And there are things that you will become interested in. I guess this is now a philosophical claim. I think it's harder to love something that's non-specific. I'm making a claim that I think is objective about human psychology. I don't think it's possible to be in love with this fight, this arena. I don't think it's possible to walk into this space. I don't even think it's possible to remember this fight. If I say to you, remember that time in Kingdom Hearts 3 when you're in the Olympus Coliseum and you come up against these 5 knights and these 3 flying Heartless? I don't think that in a survey of 100 people, I don't think anybody would say, I love that fight. Because it's not worth remembering. There's no features that your brain is going to save that make it interesting. But I can tell you about specific fights in Kingdom Hearts 1, just encounters. Like, I can tell you about the encounter in Traverse Town in District 2, I think it's called District 2, underneath the town bell, right in the main square, where there's the one I just talked about, the big body and the healing bell. I remember that fight because I've died to it a couple times, and it's hard. I watched my wife do that fight a couple of years ago. Last year we were playing it on holiday, and she was struggling with it because she was finding it hard to get through the fight, not because of the amount of hitboxes in the space, but just because the fight is a puzzle. You can remember a puzzle because it has features. You can't remember this. There's nothing to remember. It came and went. So I don't know how to be passionate about that stuff without feeling critical, without sounding critical. I mean, in a way I am being critical. Maybe I should just stand on it. Maybe I should just say it. I think this is trash, but it's okay if you like it. I don't know. It doesn't mean you're bad for liking it. It's just that maybe what you like is not in the combat system, or maybe you haven't played that many of these games. Like, if you've played 5 Kingdom Hearts games, I don't think you're going to find this interesting, this combat. I don't think the most diehard Kingdom Hearts fan will look at Kingdom Hearts 3 gameplay and say, this is what I want out of the gameplay for these games. Maybe they do. There might be some contingent, but I would guess fewer than most. I would say a smaller portion. I mean, it's possible. It would be very difficult for me to accept it. Oh man, it just happened. The same exact thing I was talking about. It's like, it's there. It's right there. It's like, there's a big body, right? Classic Kingdom Hearts enemy. Player goes, boom. They get reflected. They go, oh no, I've been reflected because I'm attacking the big body from the front. What do? I press triangle and I win the fight. That's what I'm talking about. That's what's dumb. It's like the puzzles don't matter. It's right there. That's the moment. Anyway, I gotta take a break, pals. I'll be right back. Hello. Hi, I'm back. Hello. I think maybe we got a bit carried away earlier, didn't we? I still feel all those things, but I'll be nice. Hello, everyone. I love me some video games. I want you to know, this is what I want to say. If you're making a game that's exactly like Kingdom Hearts 3 and it makes you happy, I support you. I'll be with you. I won't like your game, but I love that you're making it. And there's nothing wrong with the fact that you're making it. No developer has any responsibility to make anything that's different to what they want. Make what you want. But I do think that there's something about everything I just said before I left that's true and real. And I will spend my life getting better at articulating it so that it can be expressed in a way that doesn't sound like an attack. It's really it's so important to me. And I think that it would be a real shame if everything I just said was written off as like me being, I don't know, salty or whatever. Like, it's okay if you don't get what I'm saying. I'm not going to be offended, even if you don't think I'm a very nice person for thinking those things, or if I'm unfair, or that's okay. But if I didn't have that little thing, that little spark that fueled all of that stuff, I wouldn't be making games at all. So I value that spark, whatever that is. I believe the things that I said. I don't take any of it back. But I recognize that it comes across defensive, because there are some defensive sentiments there, for sure, obviously. I'm still a person who has to be public, or not has to be, but chooses to be public about how I'm building my game. I still have to be able to explain myself when people question why I do what I do, or why things take so long, or whatever. I am defensive about it because I do feel like there's an emotional stake involved that I'm not a perfect person, but I am very passionate for reasons that I believe are legitimate about these aspects of design. I really feel that way. And as much as all knowledge is subjective, or all perspectives are subjective, I recognize that it's subjective. But I think that there are claims about actual human brain psychology and how actual memories are formed that dictate whether or not you're able to feel something for a specific piece of content or art. And I think I'm motivated by something positive there. And I think that thing just happens to be very time consuming. To be specific takes time. Yeah. It's just it's so especially sensitive to me. Like, I can't tell you how visceral the feeling is for me to be able to see my vision when I work on a tool or I do something that makes my game easier to make. I can't explain to you how it affects my physiology. I sleep easier at night when I can tell that what I've built is good enough to build my game on top of, versus when I can tell that it's not good enough. And I've found myself 8 years into a project because I run up against that feeling quite often as my vision expands. Of like, oh no, how am I ever going to implement this? I couldn't, if I tried to build this way, it's going to be really, the tech debt's going to be really constrictive on my creative vision. How would I solve this? Oh, if I did this, if only it worked this way, it would be so much more cohesive, and it would make this way more easier to edit or navigate or to be specific. It would be easier to be specific if this game did this. Some of those things are just not generic, but arbitrary design things, like the way that I want to do cutscenes, or the fact that I have a game that has backtracking in it. Those are arbitrary, and they do make the game harder to make for reasons that aren't better. But there are lots of decisions that make Insignia what it is, that are not equivalent to other games in ways that are harder. And I'm very confident. I'm happy to stand on that. It doesn't make the game better. Doesn't make anything happen. It just means that it was harder to get where I am than it would have been if I didn't have to do certain things. And it's not about just learning about how to make games. It's about making this game specifically, or this kind of game. I could probably even outline other games that aren't Insignia that I think also took a long time, like Street Fighter 3 Third Strike. That's a game that is nothing like Skull the Hero Slayer in the way that the combat is designed. And a lot of fighting games would be what I feel very aligned to. Fighting games are like the level of design consideration in combat, especially pixel art, where the frames are very carefully designed. People love that game. They love it. Not just like, it's more than just like the aesthetic layer. Anyway. It's hard to express. Yeah. I also I want to be really, really clear. What Insignia is, the way that the game plays right now, and the way that I want it to play when everything's working, there is a gap. If you look at Insignia gameplay right now, and you look at just screenshots or GIFs of how the game plays versus how Skull the Hero Slayer plays or whatever, the difference isn't there yet. But I can't have access to that difference unless I build the systems that I've built. It's like you're trying to build a bunch of things on top of other things, and you get less space the more you build up. And when you're making a game that's a bit cobbled together, like a jam game, and I know that's zesty language, but I'm being hyperbolic on purpose. When you're making a jam game, you start with a concept, and then immediately it shrinks into you can only really do this with it because the engineering just isn't there. You can't build bigger until you refactor everything out to support the bigger vision. And there's a gameplay feeling that I want to reach that's here, and it has to be good enough that everything elegantly gives me the space to play within this design space to hit this point. And if I was just making a simpler game, I would have built it this big and just gone for there. The combat system wouldn't need to have the layers that it does. And there might even be some things that I've done that are more than I needed to do. Maybe. But if you think about design as a journey, as like a, not just as a journey, but like the method, if you think about production as a skill, like how to be good at game production, the part of production that allows you to navigate, not pivot the game completely, but to navigate the design space towards something that you want, to me, that's what game design is. That's good game design. That is what the skill is being able to like pick a target and navigate towards it confidently. That can be mitigated by making something that's very similar to something you've made before, or copying someone else, or having low ambition. And that's not a bad thing to do that. It's practical. You have to mitigate risk. But to say that one thing is more complex, more specific, riskier, and another thing is less risky, more straightforward, easier to validate, to me, I don't think it's bad to just take that entire thing and collapse that down to easier and harder. Easier, harder, easier, harder, whatever. Yes, I feel very confident about that. I'm not really feeling like being critical over anyone's work of art right now. I don't think that would be in very good taste. Let's do it another time, shall we? I can't seem to get this right. Hang on a second, I'll just do this with my foot. There we go. I need a rest. This was a really explosive conversation, and I want to unpack it a little bit so that I feel okay about my reaction to it. I think there's a lot of passion there, isn't there? No, it's okay. I'm just trying to like calm down. I'm just giving myself space to feel things. I feel like the last 2 hours was like a big blur. Hey, Fu, thank you so much for the sub. I just need time. Like I can't like work right now. There's so many feelings. Thank you for the sub. Yeah. I suppose some of this comes from the fact that I spent so much time reflecting on my journey, and I spend so much time with other developers. I watch them, and I've spent, if I can be clear just for a second, I know I've been very honest for a long time, and I've been talking very passionately, but like, I just think I need to say this because you guys don't see, like, you don't realize that there's how many layers there are to this. Like, I come from Sydney, Australia. In Sydney, Australia, we have a real struggle in our industry. It's really, really, really tough right now because we have a very expensive place to live in, and the city is structured in a way that's very hard for people to meet each other. And as an environment for games to be made, that environment is extremely difficult. It's very hard to create fertile soil for games to be made. And I've spent the last 10 years of my life watching developers go through college. They show up to the game dev meetups. You see them for 3 months while they're doing their assignments. You play their games, and then you never see them again. And every so often, you see someone come along who's very passionate and has a very specific idea. And when I meet those people, and the people who the community is made of, the developers who actually contribute to the scene and who are sticking around, who are trying to make a career as developers, those people have to go through certain challenges. Together we go through challenges about how to navigate this industry. How do you make something that you care about and create space for other people to care about? How do you create jobs for other people to work in? How do you convince a government to give you more support? Like, there's so many challenges that come with trying to be a developer in general, but in my case, specifically in this city that I live in. And I have direct contact with people who have the responsibility of delegating funds, grant funds to games. And in the language that they use in the briefs for what kinds of games they want to support, there are words like storytelling, culture. They use these words that relate to the thing that I'm talking about, which is experiences that mean something to you, that as a player, that you love because you care about them because they were made by people. And it's the storytelling side, it's the personal, specific side of games and the production of those personal elements that I find, at least with Insignia, is what's hard. The parts that are hard to develop are not the basics. It's the specifics that have something to do with my game and the story that I'm telling. So for me, though some of the things that I'm saying are not exclusive statements, they're not holistic statements that will apply to every single game ever, as an advocate for games as story, as something that has some sort of cultural impact because of what it is as a piece of design, as a piece of art, that to me is something that I have to be, personally, I'm very attuned to it. I think just naturally, I'm very interested in it. It's the thing I care about most in my life, aside from my wife, literally. Like, this conversation, being critical about what games are and analyzing games the way we analyze films, that's my passion. That's it. And making games is me being able to do that every day. So for me, there's like levels of like true that I'm trying to orient towards here. that are not just about like me coping about my game. It's that I actually care about like what games are being made, and as a content creator, as a game developer, as someone who plays games, as someone who's involved in the industry, like all of those things resonate together to make me have this opinion about when I should, like, about judgments that I make, actual judgments. And I know that's not a kind thing. It doesn't seem kind that I would be critical over a game for being shallower, in my opinion. But there are too many parts of me. Thank you, Void Playing Games. There are too many parts of me that feel more confident, that they become stronger when I think about this, that I like, parts that I identify with, than the part of me that shrinks when I get criticism from chat. The part of me that shrinks when I get criticism from chat about how I think about these things, that is not a part I value as much, because that part's not going to make more people care about games or better games get made. That part's just trying to please people who don't like the way I'm communicating. I would hope to find a way to not have those things be at odds. They don't have to be one or the other. But if it is one or the other, if I literally can't be critical and passionate without being like, I don't know, divisive about because I'm too opinionated, like, sorry. Too many people's jobs, too much rests on the other stuff being important. Do I think that the screen agencies should be focusing more on narrative-based games? At the low level, at the grassroots level, you have to support whatever's viable. Objectively, it is an industry. It requires capital. There has to be positive traction no matter where you are. So you just have to do whatever at first, but you should always look out for games that people will care about long term. Does it hurt me that Balatro is so that I like Balatro so much? I actually think Balatro is, I think, like, it's possible for me to love Balatro and not love I guess what I would say is the things that I like about Balatro are not the fact that I've played a lot of it. That doesn't mean anything to me. The fact that I play it a lot, just like Elden Ring Night Rain. I don't like Elden Ring Night Rain more than Dark Souls, but I might have played it more at this point. Like, the fact that it occupies my brain is not the same as me loving it. I think a lot of people don't understand that distinction either, even in themselves as players. I don't go to bed at night. 10 years from now, I'm not going to go to bed at night thinking about Balatro, but I will be thinking about Final Fantasy X. Or even Breath of the Wild. I might be thinking about Breath of the Wild 10 years from now. Mario Odyssey, I'll think about that. Balatro, it's fun, but it's not like, you know, it's a good game. I love it as a game, but there's only so much you can love a game about cards if it's just cards, you know? Yeah, like Overwatch is an incredible. We should go to just chatting. One sec. I shouldn't be in this category if I'm not making a game right now. Sorry, Eyes. Hey, Squiggy. Man, you missed a big one. This is a big stream. Yeah, I really think, like, oh, Void Plane, thank you so much for subbing. Like, And Desga didn't get criticism and his game flopped. I don't want the same thing to happen to you. I can't speak for Endesga. I don't know what choices he made or how good his game was. Never played his game. I remember it being developed. I was streaming around the same time as him. I used to raid him every so often. I don't know about his game. It looked cool, but I don't know how. I guess my question for you, by the way, I don't know, TBH, is what do you think that Indesga needed to learn that I'm not learning? Or that you're concerned that I might not learn? What do you think would save me if I'm in danger? Hypothetically. I think that's what I'm maybe missing from this conversation. Like, yeah, I don't know. Personally, like, I'm learning to like care a lot less about timelines in terms of like I'm not going to feel guilty about the time I've spent on Insignia so far. I don't. If I do, that's a mistake. Because I feel today, I feel very comfortable with how much time I've spent. And that's the unfortunate thing, like the thing that I regret, if anything, about Insignia is that a lot of, I think like it feels like a lot of the chips, like a lot's riding on Insignia being good. But even in general, I think like games there's still randomness in success. You know, you could get lucky or unlucky. You could release on a day when some other game's going to release and everyone is playing that game, or that you could release in a global financial crisis and people just might not be in a position to spend money on games. There's still risks, even if you make a really good game. And it's still possible to make a bad game even if you did all the right things, or at least it's still possible. Yeah, possible, not probable, but possible to like end up somewhere unfortunate. So it's not a guarantee that Insignia will do well just because I think I did a good job as a director or as a designer or a developer. And I can still I'll still be able to hold my head up high and say I did a good job, even if it doesn't go perfectly for me. So, and unfortunately, there will be people who will have opinions about Insignia and me that will be based on their interpretation of how things went. But I can't let my perception of myself be defined by that. Only I know, or maybe some of you who watch every day, only you guys know whether I'm motivated by good design or just perfectionism, or like diligence or neuroticism. It doesn't have to be one or the other, but you know. Like when you say, instead, you insist on creating complex things. I don't understand that. I don't understand why you would feel that way. I just think like I'm starting to you know, when you start making things, when you start wanting to become a game dev, there's like a lot of time you spend, at least a lot of time I spent feeling a lot of imposter syndrome, you know, being like, oh, I have to be this good to be a game developer, or like my game has to be this good, or I have to be this qualified as an engineer or as a designer or a developer whatever, writer. And the more experience I get, the more I realize, like, most people who I think I was trying to prove myself to will never have the experience to be able to tell me whether or not I'm a good game developer. Like BTW, like the stuff that you think, I'm experienced enough to know how uninformed it is. Like there's no way that sentiment, it's not consistent with my life experience. When you say, you've been spending days struggling with a timeline, this could have been simplified, but now with how much the game is advanced, it seems almost, that's like, you have to have never been watching to have that opinion. You have to not have been understanding anything that I've been saying. And that's okay. Like, it just means that like, I can't listen to you. It just means that like, I have to know better. I just have to be, I'm just sort of like, I mean, there are definitely people here. Like the people who I listen to are like my friend who's like a AAA game engineer. And when I talk to him about these decisions, he's like, oh yeah, of course. So like, I'm not going to listen to one guy on chat, you know? Like, I have more credible people that I need that mentor me about this kind of thing. I did sort of like, I did a degree that allowed me to do many computer science units, but it wasn't a computer science degree. It was a design degree that had, it was called design computing. So it was basically like doing design with code, but it wasn't specific to games or websites or anything. It was sort of like multimedia. So we were doing some like Arduino stuff. We were doing some like Max MSP, some processing. And I like took a few game related units. Like I did programming in databases and data structures and algorithms and stuff like that. But I didn't do a CS degree. What do companies nowadays ask from people for game dev jobs? A portfolio. Practical experience. Those are the biggest things. And if you don't have game experience as a job, you have to show that you are motivated as a hobbyist, that you've actually been doing stuff on your own that's meets the job description. So like if I was hiring a pixel artist today, it doesn't matter if they've got some art degree or whatever. It matters that they do pixel art and that I like their pixel art. So if you're trying to get a job as a UI programmer, it's like, have you built any UI demos? You know, show me your stuff. What's your portfolio look like? That's all people care about. And you know what? In a way, it's actually kind of better to have a portfolio than to have a resume. Because, you know, you could have a resume that says you worked at Google and it's like, I don't know what you did at Google. Like, it's a cool company, or Apple, but it's like, what did you do? Whereas a portfolio, it's like, you did that stuff. So I know that you can do it. You know, it's like, this is your work. This is what you care about. That matters more than just saying that you worked at Blizzard or whatever. I just picked that example. It's just a company. I could have picked any. Activision. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. I just think like making the game that you want to make is going to be harder than you think. And that's okay. You should embrace how hard it is to make your game. And if you can get more competent at making your hard game, that's the best kind of experience you could possibly have, in my opinion. I think that if I finish Insignia, my skills as a director, as a designer, as an engineer will be so much better than if I had made 100 jam games in the same time frame. Maybe not. But I think so. I think I've learnt more chewing through harder problems. Certainly I'll be more equipped to make a game as big as this. I really don't think you can be... I think you need experience to make things. I just think that the more specific thing you want to make, or the more challenging thing you want to make, the more experience you need. And I think I'm not getting this experience anywhere else than doing this. This is the only way I get this experience. Unless I was working with a really, really big studio on big studio. But it's not too big for what I want to make long term. Like, there's nothing that anyone could say to make me not proud of what I've been achieving this last week. I am so proud of the thing that I built. I feel like I'm learning a lot just in the last week. And I know that what I've made is complicated, and I know that I'm a slave to some of the things that, some of the design choices that I had, I guess, committed to when I was less experienced. I understand that, but I am absolutely. There's no way that I would have made this game without whatever it is that I needed to get to where I am right now. I couldn't have built it without this system. I don't know, man. It doesn't mean I'm like a first-rate engineer. I'm not saying that, but I'm certainly a better engineer than I would have needed to have been. It's a picky thing, isn't it? I don't mean to make anybody uncomfortable. How do I bring this up? I think I want the anvil down to, and then the item up to. Yeah. It's, you know. I'm using Unity. I'm using Unity and I'm using VS Code and I'm using Sprite. Do I have tips about my experience in the past? Oh, tips that I would give to my past me? I would probably try to advise him. Do you know what? I would tell past me to not count himself out as a game developer and to go and apply for a job in a studio, because I think he would have got one. Like there was probably like 2 or 3 years in like 2014 to 2017 where I could have just quit my UX job and worked at a game studio, and I think that would have been really healthy for me. And I didn't do it because I didn't think they'd hire me, but they probably would have hired me. Those would have been really useful years for my early learning. I think I had imposter syndrome for too long. Like, you should just be out there doing stuff, you know, make the games, take the risks, especially early on. If you don't have anything to lose, like, what are you worried about? When I say the problem is the timeline, I don't mean that the timeline is the problem. The timeline is like a critical part of the game production. It's probably the most important part of the production of the content. Like, it needs to be excellent or else we won't be able to make the game. That's got nothing to do with that's not a distraction from the game. That's a prerequisite. Like, that's important. It's not something that's like, oh, just make the game. Stop worrying about timeline. It's like, no. I can't make the game if I'm not worrying about the timeline first. And I don't mean that like emotionally, like, oh, I couldn't. It's more like, I will quit if I have to work with it in a way that's that doesn't allow me to implement best practices. That's what I'm saying you're not keeping up with. Because it's not just like, that's too surface level to be like, oh, the timeline's the problem. So just, it's like saying you're trying to build a car and it's like, these wheels, you keep complaining about the wheels. Just take the wheels off. The car will be much better if you don't have to worry about wheels. It's like, yeah, I need those wheels. The car's not going to go anywhere if there are no wheels on it. What are you spending all this time worrying about the tires? Just get rid of them. So, this crucible, I guess right now, I think I want a cutscene. So we get a couple of different ways we can do this. Final unlock sequence. I can just swap this. If I rename everything about it, it'll be fine. But it will depend on this, which is some condition. I think it would be better. Yeah, this is good. I think we need to take this away. And this. And just make this a generic unlock sequence. Call it just like Ensign unlocked crucible. Yeah, I just think like it's a question of like not understanding how big my game is. Hey, RW Grim, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. What's going on? No worries. Started late, stream too long. No worries. It happens. Get some rest. I've been streaming. I just spent the last 2 hours arguing with chat, so I feel a bit bad about that. But I actually don't feel too bad. You got to have these chats once a month. We're going to get into a big argument. It's just like someone said earlier, like, is it Dunning-Kruger? It's like, it is Dunning-Kruger. Like, it is. Like, if you're not making a game that has a story, and if you're making a game that has a story that takes at least 10 hours to play in Unity, feel free to weigh in on whether I'm overcomplicating things. That has action combat. But I feel like, yeah, like because the thing is, the things that I talk about here are the same things that I talk about when I'm at meetups. Or like at GCAP, next month or the month after, October, I'm going to GCAP. When I'm in a room with just developers, what I feel and what I talk about, my experiences, are not uncommon. It's very normal. It's like everyone's like, oh yeah, Unity, it doesn't do that, or oh yeah, we had so many headaches trying to do that. it's like you talk to anybody and they've got the same experiences. It's just that like we're so spoiled as players that we think that like games can just be made like that. Because you hear about the 1 or 2 games that were made by one person in like 8 months or a year, and it's like, oh yeah, must be easy. Or like everybody else must be incompetent, you know? Beautiful. Yay. Didn't close. Okay. The sequencing is top notch right now. It's doing really, really good work. There must be something not quite right about this. Okay, no, close start is what's getting called. So let's just see if we're getting that far. Ooh. Hello. What are we failing to stack overflow? What are we doing here? Mini state. This should be this. Why is that bad? Oh, because we don't even need that anymore. Are the smaller squares side quests? Oh, it did it. Nice. Yay. Okay. So, no, those smaller diamonds are, they're like minor upgrades that you can get. I don't know if I'll keep that menu, but right now it's like all of the abilities you can learn are in those diamonds. And then all of the health, max health plus are also in there. But I designed that menu before I had a world map. So now that there's a world map, it might not be right. Oh, thank you. We're no longer just chatting. Do you think we should like, ooh. Do you think we should do something where like some of the days of the week we just chat in just chatting for like an hour to build up viewers and then bring them over to software and game dev? Because I feel like software and game dev is a limited pool. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we're sitting at the top of the category, there's no one else who's coming in. So if we go somewhere where lots of people are watching, bring them, come back, we can introduce them. But we have more viewers than we've had all week. Swizz. People like to watch this content. I don't know if you noticed. Okay. Where's my big explosion? Burst effect. You disabled? Oh, why are you disabled? Oh, is that what needs to be made active? Let's have a look. So this is the crucible itself. This animator is, I wonder if I could just drag this directly in there. Yes. So we can do that. And then this burst effect animator, it finishes here, but that doesn't line up with this. I mean, maybe we could just use it anyway. I mean, might as well. I don't know what else these 3 lights would be. I'll have to go back to the older version of it or something. The variable skyward blast sprite of Insignia cutscene burst effect has not been assigned. Skyward blast effect. Oh. There are things that aren't there that needed to be there. Maybe if I go back to here, they'll be here. That's a bit annoying. There it is. Skyward blast effect. Still no good. Where are you, buddy? What if I just... What if it was just enabled? Where is it? Oh, it's not even... Bruh. Wait, is all of this off in the middle of nowhere? Oh, well that's an issue, isn't it? These need to be here. There we go. Much better. So this is Elias's sound effect, and right now it's not really queued up with everything, so we'll need to have multiple and play them at the right timings. But good to see most of this working. I'm Mark 1, I'm Mark 2. Bring this down ever so slightly. Oh. My poor neck. Nice. And then where's our... Where is our camera out moment? There's our camera, transition track. Is there a zone camera here that's 1.35? Nope. So then are we getting to the point where the thing is supposed to disappear? Couple things. One, we're not waiting for the timeline to end. That'll do it. Yeah, well, now we can do it, Code Shutter. That's the beauty of what we've just been working on, is now it should be about as simple as me just doing this to rearrange the order that things happen in. That's how simple that is. Me just going, oh yeah, let's have the menu show up second. Nice. Cool. So, the next thing we want to do is just straight up teleport the player away. So then the crucible has a does it have a teleporter? Not directly. I don't use Odin. I think I should. I think it would be good if I did, but I've never used it. So here's where we teleport. It's just a function. But it's a function that how did I do this? Outro sequence dot on exit. Whoa. Oh, okay. Well, as long as I'm so okay. Not ideal, but as long as we play the outro sequence next, it's fine. So literally what we can do here is go new schedule track, make a new clip, and that clip is the outro sequence. Oh, that's so cool, man. But not here. Some of the gains that we've made, really, really good. Like this is as straightforward as just grabbing the teleporter, finding the, where is the out sequence though? Oh, that's the in sequence, but that's not the teleporter, that's the platform. Yeah, that has a sequence instance, but a sequence instance is not a schedule behavior. Oh, it is. Oh, wow. So I can just drag it in. That's crazy. I just take this and I just drag that in there. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, check this out. If this works, it's crazy. Hey, it technically worked. We came back. It teleported us back. I don't know why he got disappeared during that, but it technically worked. Bill Lynchy. Didn't I say I wasn't sure I wanted to do that? All right, we'll watch it. Do you know I've actually already watched this?
In my view,
I watched it when you posted it on my Discord.
For 2D frame-by-frame games, it does so in a rather cumbersome way. For example, connecting animations through Unity's visual editor quickly becomes a complicated process.
Wait, are you just asking me to watch it for what purpose? That's not really what Review My Game is for. I'll do it this time just because I know that you are a regular viewer.
Working with 3 animations,
Let's watch it.
Provide the features needed for 2D frame-by-frame games, it does so in a rather cumbersome way. For example, connecting animations through Unity's visual editor quickly becomes a complicated process. If you're only working with 3 animations, setting them up isn't too bad, but as your game grows, the whole system becomes unsustainable.
Complexity, huh?
These kinds of issues are what push me to build my own animator. In this video, I'll be introducing Pixel Animator, a partial alternative to Unity's animator. I recently released the project on GitHub along with documentation, and here I'll be demonstrating its features visually as well. Pixel Animator offers 4 main features: easier workflow, box collider synchronization, a flexible event system, and a user-friendly interface. Let's start with easier workflow. In Unity's animator, to activate an animation, you generally need to manipulate variables indirectly. By contrast, in Pixel Animator, you only need to
What did you use for this production, for these things?
call the animation directly from your code. Yes, there are ways to achieve this in Unity's animator too, but since it's not a conventional approach, it tends to feel more inconvenient. I also believe this method makes the workflow more traceable for a programmer. And with the rise of LLMs, it's becoming even more advantageous. Once you introduce the system to an LLM, you can have it generate the animation code for you. Another feature is box collider synchronization. By synchronization, I mean that each frame of the animation is causally aligned with its collider. This is especially important for combat fox games, since every single frame needs hurt boxes and heat boxes with precisely adjusted sizes and positions. Because of the UI UX design of Unity's Animator, keeping these workflows sustainably is nearly impossible. With Pixel Animator, I focused on making this process much easier. Another key feature, and what I believe makes Pixel Animator unique, is its flexible event system. This system allows you to configure events directly through the interface. I know Unity also lets you assign events through the UI, but it's limited to a single parameter and only for basic variable types. In Pixel Animator, you can assign functions with as many parameters as you like, and define a type, as long as the type is serializable by Unity. I consider that a very reasonable limitation. Also, the system almost doesn't rely on reflection library at runtime. As for how events are triggered, there are two methods: frame-based triggering, box collider-based triggering. Frame-based triggering fires an event every time the animation changes frames. For example, if you want a particle effect to appear on specific frames of your walk, run, or jump animations, you can go to those frames and assign the functions that spawns the effect. And if the same effect is needed across all three animations, you can make the function modular, allowing it to spawn effect in the different directions and at different speeds. This is just one aspect of the flexibility offered by the event system. The other method uses box colliders. Events are tied to Unity's built-in on-enter, on-stay, on-exit triggers. Being able to assign these visually provides a huge improvement in workflow efficiency. The logic is almost the same as the frame-based approach. The only difference lies in the triggering conditions. Finally, I'd like to mention the user-friendly interface. But rather than explain it, I'd prefer you experience it yourself. You can share your feedback by joining the Discord link on the GitHub page.
This is new.
Of course, and with all these features, I'm sure some users will encounter bugs or performance issues. That's why, if you enjoy using the animator, I invite you to join me on GitHub and contribute to its development. For now, that's all I have to share, but the real journey begins with you.
It's cool. Yeah, I've been watching you build this for a long time, following on the kind of work that I've done on Retrobox. So I'm glad that you're pushing ahead with it. Is it similar? Yeah, it's based on Retrobox, right? Loosely. At least a lot of the design philosophy behind it, inspired by Retrobox, yeah. Someone walking behind me.
Hi, Papa.
Hello. What's going on?
It's 6:30.
All right. I'll wrap up now.
What?
I'll wrap up now. All right.
Sorry. Did you want to keep going?
No, it's okay.
I can cook.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll come in. Just get a start. You get a start and I'll jump in. Okay. Yeah. Different design decisions at different points. Guild Wars 1? Oh yeah. I was a big fan of Guild Wars 1. No, she's not saying Baba as in daddy. We just call each other that. I don't know why. I guess it's from baby. Guild Wars 1 was incredible. It's a great game. Hidden Wars 2 is good, but yeah. Have I ever put anything on the Unity asset store? Not yet. Oh, yep. Sorry. Yeah, no, not yet. But I'd like to one day, soon. Yeah, just too busy at the moment. We've got Retrobox we'd like to put out there. Thankfully, Elzaka and I agree more on Retrobox. I mean, on Scene Graph. Did I say Retrobox? We've been working on Scene Graph, and thankfully we agree more on that than on my game design principles and philosophies. See ya, Adult Swaim. Thank you so much for stopping by. We'll see you again soon. And I gotta go too, pals. This has been a good stream. UX we agree more on. Yeah, so this is my Retrobox, my editor, which is similar to what Bill Lynchie was just showing on his video. But it's not available anywhere, so it's cool that something's out there that's being supported in open source. Is it open source? Cool. That's good. Nice. So anyway, yeah, join the GitHub and contribute. All right, pals, I gotta go. I'm not precious about Retrobox. I love it. I know that I couldn't support it as a product, so it doesn't matter that somebody else is working on something similar. I'm sort of just glad that people have the feature. I'm glad that I have Retrobox, and I'm glad other people have something similar. If not the exact same. It doesn't really bother me. And there are issues with it anyway that I wouldn't recommend other people copy, because it's only as good as I could make it for now, because I don't have the time and resources to make it better. Okie dokie. Very happy with how this played out. Do you see this? This is 2 separate cutscenes that I developed that are sitting inside of this cutscene. This one is designed just by this. That's what that is. This blue box is this. But this one is a straight up like cutscene. We could do animations and stuff. Oh, that's why he disappeared. Because he's like off in no man's land. The timings aren't right, but it's... Man, being able to do that is so good. Oh, why is that doing that? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Is that because of this error? I've never seen that before. Anyway, cool. All right, pals. Thank you so much. Oh, I had a really good time today. I'm not upset at all. I thought I'd be maybe a bit more upset, but I actually feel pretty good. Just in general, I feel happy. It's the weekend. I'm just proud of how far I've come, and I'm happy to stand on my opinions about all that stuff. It's okay. Yo, is that Northern Lion? What we got in here? Crafting my dream sandbox. Building my own code tools from scratch. Tower Strike. Let's go. Thanks, everyone. Please wishlist Insignia. It's going to be great when it comes out. I think it will be great. I know I always say, like, it might not be, but, like, I really do think it will be. I'm really proud of what I'm making, and I'm proud of how easy it is to edit, or that it's getting easier to edit. I think it's going to mean the game's just going to be that much more exciting and fun, and the story's going to be that much better. So that's the stream. It was a pleasure. I'll see you on Monday. We'll do archaeology dev. Thanks, everyone. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.